minute, or
Okay. Can you give me a countdown?
We're live.
Oh, we are live? Okay. So I'm going to start right at 10. Good morning, everyone, and I want to welcome you to this eManifest Advisory Board meeting. The theme of this particular meeting is looking ahead, setting eManifest program priorities and user fees for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023. My name is Fred Jenkins, and I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. Before we get started, I want to take just a couple of minutes to go over a few administrative items. As a DFO, I serve as the liaison between the board and the agency, and I am responsible for ensuring that the provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. I want to extend my thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board for agreeing to serve in this meeting and to the public for attending this meeting. The eManifest Advisory Board is a federal advisory committee that provides independent peer review and advice to the agency on operational matters related to the eManifest system. It's important to note that the advisory board only provides recommendations and advice to EPA, and that all regulatory decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The eManifest Advisory Board is composed of 9 members. This includes the EPA administrator or their designee to serve as chair of the board. Our designated chair is Carolyn Hoskinson, director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. The other members include 6 representative members. These 6 representative members include 3 members who represent industry users of the eManifest system to track the transportation of hazardous waste under the eManifest Act. And the other 3 representative members are state representatives that are responsible for processing eManifest. There are 2 non-representative members on the eManifest Advisory Board. These 2 non-representative members are appointed solely for their expertise in information technology. For this week's eManifest Advisory Board meeting, only one of our IT experts were available to attend this week's meeting of the eManifest Advisory Board. Our IT expert present in this week's meeting has been appointed on the board as a special government employee member of the board. As an expert member, he is speaking and providing advice on behalf of himself as an expert in his field. As a special government employee IT expert member of the board, he is subject to the applicable ethics laws. We have worked with appropriate agency officials to ensure that all appropriate ethics regulations are satisfied for this meeting. He has been provided the provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws and has filed a financial disclosure report. I, along with the appropriate agency ethics officials, have reviewed this report to ensure that all ethics requirements are met. This meeting provides an opportunity for public comment. We encourage interested members of the public to take advantage of participating in the public comment period that is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please note that tomorrow morning's public comment period will start at 10:30 a.m. instead of the 10 a.m. start time that is currently on the agenda for tomorrow. If you have not made prior arrangements and you wish to make oral public comments, please let me know by sending me an email at jenkins.fred@epa.gov by no later than 3 p.m. Eastern time today, so that I have enough time to make arrangements and provide you further instructions on how you will be providing your oral public comments tomorrow. Without having made prior arrangements, we ask that you please limit your comments to 5 minutes. There is a public docket for this meeting. The docket number is listed on the agenda. All background materials and other related documents are available in the docket. Slides of EPA presentations that you will see today are currently available in the public docket right now. This entire meeting is being broadcasted live over the internet. The live stream broadcast of this meeting is only available to those who have registered as a public audience attendee. Please report any technical problems with the live stream to me, Fred Jenkins, at jenkins.fred@epa.gov. At this point, I want to introduce and extend my thanks to Carolyn Hoskinson, the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, who is serving as the delegated chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. Carolyn, thank you.
Thank you, Fred. So yes, I am Carolyn Hoskinson. I'm the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. And in that role, I am also the delegated chair of the advisory board. So I want to thank everyone for being here today, and especially our board members who did a lot of work to get ready for this meeting. I look forward to a good meeting ahead of us, and I will turn it over to our board members to introduce themselves, starting with Terry Bear.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear. I'm the manager for the Solid and Hazardous Waste Program for the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, and I'm serving on the board as a representative for state.
Hey, good morning. This is Tom Baker. I'm Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety with Veolia, and I'm on the board as a member representing the industry group. Our company functions as a hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facility. We're also a transporter and generator of hazardous waste.
Good morning, Joshua Berman from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, Senior Environmental Specialist. The state of Minnesota has been working on eManifest in partnership with the EPA, I believe for about 18 years now. I've been involved for about 16 of those years and hope to bring the state's experience with the eManifest pluses and minuses to the board.
Good morning. I'm Tevfik Kosar. I'm a professor of computer science and engineering at the University of Buffalo. I'm also serving as a program director in the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure at the National Science Foundation. My research interests include cloud computing, end-to-end workflow management, and distributed data management. And I am contributing to the board as an IT expert member. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm sorry, we skipped Michael Hurley.
Sorry. Good morning, Michael Hurley with the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. I serve there as the chief of the Hazardous Waste and Solid Waste Data Systems branch. My group works extensively with hazardous waste manifest data as well as other hazardous waste data. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Jill Mashak. I am representing industry. I'm with Xcel Energy, a utility headquartered out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I am the environmental supervisor there, where I manage the operations of our hazardous waste storage facility. My experience that I bring is as a generator, transporter, and a receiving facility. And I also, in addition to utilizing the eManifest for RCRA waste, I utilize it for PCB waste as well. So look forward to the next few days. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Cindy Walzak. I'm an industry representative, a project manager for NPS Group. NPS provides total waste management services to the automotive, steel, pharmaceutical, railroad industries, various generators.
So thank you all of our board members for introducing yourselves. I now have the privilege of introducing Barry Breen, the Acting Assistant Administrator for the Office of Solid Waste and Emergency Management. Welcome, Barry.
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, Fred, and thank you for all our EPA colleagues who are online, and thank you for board members and attendees listening. Thank you for your time and talent. I think this is our 5th eManifest Advisory Board meeting. I believe our last was in April of 2020. So let me take just a moment or two to remember with you our accomplishments over the past year and think with you about what we have in front of us over the next 3 days. First, as you'll hear from our team, nearly 80% of manifests submitted to eManifest are now data plus image upload. And it's the most efficient way to submit paper manifests to the EPA, and we are encouraged by that. It's an important bridge to our ultimate goal of achieving nearly 100% of electronic manifests. So there's much to be proud of, but still much yet to do. Let's just, let me take just a minute to think about the accomplishments over the last year. First, one of the most significant is a new streamlined approach for generators and transporters to sign electronic manifests. It's known as Quick Sign, and it's a step forward in our goal of adoption of electronic manifesting. It was completed in consultation with the board, and we appreciated the thoughtful feedback and recommendations following the April 2020 meeting. Your input is having a positive impact, so thank you for that. In addition, other accomplishments over the last year include reductions in our paper manifest backlog, a new functionality that allows users to sign 500 manifests at a time, not just the 50, which was previous. Communication and outreach as we work ahead toward the June 2021 deadline for phasing out mailed paper manifests, a complete refresh of our web content and frequently asked questions and fact sheets to reflect many things, including the streamlined electronic signature method, continued work on a proposed rulemaking to incorporate export manifests and how e-manifest could be used with other manifest reporting requirements. We have a new quarterly e-manifest bulletin that brings together the latest e-manifest news and updates for stakeholders. And we have ongoing monthly webinars and biweekly user support calls. As you can tell, it's a small but remarkably talented group of EPA colleagues, and we have so much to be proud of. But as I said, also so much yet ahead. In particular, this meeting, looking ahead, setting e-manifest program priorities and user fees for FY22 and 23 will help us move forward together. In that regard, I want to thank the EPA e-manifest team. It's a commitment of public service of people who have so much to bring to bear. As well, our state co-regulators and EPA regions who bring expertise and assistance. We're grateful to the user community and the public for thoughts and engagement, including, as Fred mentioned, the public comment periods tomorrow. And I wanted to end by thanking the advisory board. Thank you for adding to what we do, for doing it despite being on Zoom together. We'll make it work because we're now all so used to it. Thank you for helping to guide our program. Carolyn, I'll turn it back over to you and as well say thank you for serving as chair. I know you bring a great talent to it. And so thanks to you, Carolyn, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Barry. So now I have the opportunity to introduce Sonia Sasseville. She's the director of ORCR's Program Implementation and Information Division, and she will be followed by David Graham, our eManifest State and Industry Implementation Lead. So Sonia, over to you.
And I'm sorry, Carol, I just want to give a quick reminder to the board and to EPA. Please remember to turn your cameras on when you're speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
And Carolyn, hi. This is Steve Donnelly, the eManifest Program Manager. We're just going to go through before we hand it off to Carolyn, to Sonia and David. We have a few quick items to go over.
Great.
All right. So yes, hello. I am Stephen Donnelly. I'm the eManifest Program Manager. I've been in this role since 2015, and just want to throw my thanks out to the board, the EPA, states, our industry partners for your interest in care over these last years. I appreciate every day and appreciate the challenge. And just want to lay out, we go to the next slide, please. what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be running through the user fee proposal in the white paper. And these are the different areas. We have a lot of road to cover, and we do appreciate the board's input and feedback and questions throughout. And can we go to the next slide? There you go. And we also like to dedicate this meeting to Rebecca Wenner. She was a friend and a colleague in EPA Region 7 who worked on the eManifest program before the system launched and afterwards. And she was a friend, and we miss her dearly. And we dedicate this meeting to her and her family. So thank you. And we can move along to the next slide for Sonia and David.
Okay, somehow I was faster on the draw with activating my video the last time around. But anyways, I'm Sonia Sasseville, and I wanted to join the others in welcoming you to the virtual eManifest Advisory Board meeting. If you can advance the slide, please. And one more. So as many of you know, Congress directed EPA to develop the eManifest system to reduce the administrative burden of the paper manifest process. And EPA launched the manifest on June 30, 2018, and the system is implemented by EPA in partnership with industry and the states. Under the eManifest Act, EPA may collect user fees to offset the cost of developing and operating the eManifest system. And the eManifest Act also requires that EPA consult with the eManifest Advisory Board to increase or decrease the user fees. So in January 2018, EPA published regulations establishing the methodology which the agency uses to set and collect user fees for the eManifest system. And under that rule, EPA must revise the user fee schedules at 2-year intervals and publish those user fees by July 1st of every odd-numbered year. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this meeting is for EPA to consult with the advisory board on its proposed program priorities and user fees for fiscal years 2022 and 2023. And EPA needs to publish its final fees for those years by July 1st of 2021. Okay, and off to David.
Thank you, Sonia. So my name is David Graham. I joined EPA and eManifest about a year ago. So this is my first advisory board. So if I sound quaky, it's not because I'm nervous, it's because I'm excited. So I also have the privilege of going through a brief review of eManifest 101 for those of our participants that maybe aren't as familiar with how eManifest started and the basics. Next slide, please. So on June 30th, in 2018, about almost 3 years ago, coming up on about 2.5, EPA established a national system for tracking the hazardous waste shipments electronically. The system known as eManifest saves valuable time, resources, and dollars for industry and states. And this is predicated based on once electronic manifests are widely adopted, right? Already, eManifest has reduced the need for industry to maintain paper manifest and for individual state programs to collect manifest as well. And I think as the previous ORCR director liked to put it, it was about a stack of paper about as tall as the Washington Monument every month. And now that we're about 2.5 years into the program, we know that it's about 400 feet tall every month if you had that equivalent stack of paper, which almost as tall as the Washington Monument, but not quite. Since we have that extra data now, we know that. Next slide, please. So EPA established the eManifest system in accordance to the 2012 Hazardous Waste Electronic Manifest Establishment Act, which is a bipartisan act passed by Congress. And the eManifest Act authorized EPA to recover the cost of developing and operating the new eManifest system from user fees. So next slide, please. The benefits of eManifest system include, but are not limited to, cost savings. So we're talking billions in dollars annually for both industry and state. Accurate, more timely information on waste shipments, since these manifests are coming in electronically and they're recorded into a national hub. We can now view everything at a national scale. Rapid notification discrepancies are the problems related to a particular shipment. Again, since we have this database, we have the eManifest system, this is possible. Creation of a single hub for one-stop reporting of manifest data for use by EPA and states, as well as increased effectiveness of compliance, monitoring of waste shipments by regulators, and the potential for integrating manifest reporting with the resource conservation and recovery by any reporting process and other federal and state information systems. Next slide, please. So eManifest is not just a IT system. It's not just eManifest, right? It's a multifaceted program. So we have system development is just one part. We also have regulatory and policy development. We have implementation and communication, that's me. Contracts and billing, as well as the advisory board. Next slide, please. So again, actually, just to talk to that last slide, again, just to reiterate, it's not just a system, right? We're multifaceted. So last slide for me, the manifest submission types. So not only is eManifest a multifaceted program, but we don't just deal in electronic manifests, right? We are a national hub for all hazardous waste manifest data, right? So starting off with electronic manifests, those that originate in EPA's eManifest system and stay fully electronic throughout the entire process and through all handlers until from cradle to grave, so to speak. In addition to that, we also receive data plus image uploads, those paper manifests that receiving facility submits to the EPA as a data file, as well as the scanned image of the paper manifest. We also accept image uploads, which are just paper manifests that were just uploaded as an image file to our system. And lastly, mailed paper manifests. Those are obviously, by the title indicates, paper manifests that were mailed to our system and have to be entered manually by the paper processing center. However, beginning June 30th of 2021, EPA will no longer accept mailed paper manifests. So we're doing away with that option. And lastly, since I'm talking about the paper processing center, for those that aren't familiar, image-only uploads also have to be entered by the paper processing center. Next slide. Now I'm going to hand it back over to Steve.
Okay, thank you, David. And Fred, it looks like we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we can go through the program update till the
Steve, at this point, let's turn it over to Carolyn so she can ask the board if they have any clarifying questions of what they just heard us for.
Great. So thank you, Fred. I will do just that. So board members, any questions on the information that Sonia and David presented to you? And I believe our plan is to use the hand raise function, so we know to call on you. I don't see any hands, and I don't hear anyone asking questions. So Fred, with that, are we okay moving on?
Yes, certainly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fred. Thanks, David and Sonia. As we've done the last few meetings, we've done a general program update, just giving an overview of the different parts of the program and what we've done in the last period of time since our last meeting or the last fiscal year. And since we've noted that eManifest is a multifaceted program, we will continue doing the classic three-person weave through these areas. So if a question or an item needing additional clarification should pop up on the policy side or the IT side, we do have members here. So yes. So moving on. So we're going to go over some submission statistics and some fun facts I pulled out. We're going to go over some system functionality as well as policy implementation and communication and financial highlights. So to the next slide, please. All right, so this is the all-time program submission statistics since we launched on June 30th, 2018, up until the end of January 2021 when these slides were finalized. So we have a total of 4.7 million total signed manifests, and that breaks down to roughly 80% of those are data plus image. Roughly 15% are image only uploads. Mailed paper is 5%, and a very slim margin that we're looking to increase is the electronic manifest at 0.3% overall. And also the paper processing center has processed nearly 885,000 image and mailed paper manifests. Got those through the queue. All right, we can go to the next slide, please. All right, so this is just a look at some of the stats from our system through the all time. So we've had our busiest days. So the two of our three busiest days were at the launch of the system when we had an extension for the manifests being submitted. Remember that when we first launched, there was that policy decision that it was 90 days post-receipt that the manifest could be submitted because of policy concerns about P&U listed wastes. And that's why our two busiest days were at the end of September. Then also we have January 6th, 2020, which is popping up there. Interestingly enough, right there in the middle of, I was wondering, I guess everyone had a long holiday and was back in the office on January 6th and said, okay, I gotta sign it up for this manifest. And the electronic manifest, we put the quick sign into production in early December of 2020, and it's been several months, and we are already seeing a 20% uptick in electronic manifests. It's too early to say that these are going to be lasting changes, but we are seeing more per day. So we pulled our data and we adjusted for weekends and holidays. So we had 20 per day before the quick sign, and afterwards we're seeing 24%. And then this is something I found sort of interesting, was that the average day, so taking all the days and just seeing what the average day looked like, was 5,386 manifests. So I sort of picked 3 average days out of a hat. So these were our most average of our average days of the manifests. So yeah, 5386 and 50, and we got a couple 5387. So those are some pretty average. Those do seem pretty average. Those kind of late November, February, and kind of an average time of year, not much going on. All right, so we can move on to the next slide, please. And our program update. So the EPA and the eManifest program, we use agile software development principles to build and deploy our system. We've been saying this for years, and we're going to continue to do it. We find it brings the best value. And we take small chunks and we develop on that, and we keep building, and we're getting consistent user feedback. So we have a lot of ways to receive input from our user community. We have regular user support calls. We have a ability for users to follow our software development progress on GitHub. We have monthly webinars, and we use this not only to enhance our program visibility and accountability to our stakeholders, but we also use those to inform our stakeholders and keep ourselves accountable to the progress that we said we're going to work towards. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we're saying with the whole agile thing. So yes, so all the functionality we build is based on user needs. Our work is published publicly, and prior to going into sort of live use in eManifest, we have it in our pre-production environment for at least 2 weeks for user testing prior to being made real. So we want to be able to make sure that what we're putting in, so the user needs that we initially build on, are working as intended before it goes live into the system. So we're going to give I'm going to give a quick little rundown of the system functionality we released in FY20 and early 2021. So for the general public, we have reports and bulk manifest data extracts available on RCRA Info Web, and those are from 90 days post receipt of the manifest. We push those out into the public for their review. So it's RCRA Info Web, and you can download a lot of data from not only the e-manifest system, but the other parts of RCRA Info, like biennial report or handler data, corrective action, permitting, everything is out there on RCRA Info Web. It's good publicly available information. We do recommend you take a look. And for industry users, yes, there we have the quick sign feature for generators and transporters. And everyone forgets the initial signature at the receiving facility. If they're just signing on receiving the waste and they're not submitting the final manifest, they can also sign with that quick sign functionality. We've also put out a bulk signature functionality where users can sign up to 500 manifests at a time. This is big over the initial 50, especially for sites that were uploading a couple thousand per day. 5,386 having an average day. Divide that by 50, that's a lot. And sort of as a point, this 500 manifests at a time is a starting point. So we, based on software development availability and user need, we can lift that number even higher. We've also improved the functionality for bulk signing, including the filtering options. This includes being able to, I want to sign manifest just by X number of site, or I want to be able to create a link and send to an individual user and say, these are the manifests that I need you to sign. So there's a lot of different filtering options. And we also have the ability for industry users to download their site reports. So for example, I'm an industry user and I've got I'm registered at 15 sites. I can download a report in either a PDF or a CSV to use in Excel, and I can see all my manifest activity for a period of time at my different sites. It'll total up the waste lines. It'll sort it out by manifest tracking number. There's a lot of neat little filtering options there. And we've also continued to work with our brokers and transporter functionality to create and edit manifest data as a third party to the manifest. And we've also worked very hard to reduce the need for receiving facilities to mail back that final paper manifest to the generators, which includes when a generator is added to a manifest in the RCRA Info system, in eManifest, it pops up whether or not they have a registered user. We've also put in the functionality when a site is uploading the image-only manifest, they have the option of throwing in the generator ID just so the generator can log into eManifest and see, okay, this manifest is here and I can download a PDF copy. And we've also started sending out weekly notifications of manifest activities to users. Next slide, please. All right, continue on the industry user side. So yes, we also have some warnings and help for generators when the site address is different from the mailing address. We have the ability for transporters to reorder the shipment pickup order and change transporters while the manifest is in transit. The in-transit changes, sometimes that happens. And we've also allowed the eManifest invoice to be downloaded over JSON. So that means that for a user who has a site manager access, they can download multiple invoices for their multiple sites and pull those into a spreadsheet program and unpack them and use it for their own accounting. This has the JSON is just a fancy way of saying just a document that'll just bring the various text fields that are in an invoice for their monthly orders in a structured format. So you can pull down a bunch of invoices and you can sort by date or generator or manifest shipment type or invoice amount. So all the fun fields we see on the invoice are available. And then we have also had the ability for our users to copy PCB information. We know PCB manifest can be very tricky, especially when it goes to the state regulated PCB manifest. So we have the ability for users to copy that PCB information from one line to another or from one manifest to another. For states, we had the ability to correct manifest data. We've also have additional reports and copies of the national. We've also have built a shared platform for headquarters and state regulatory users in Metabase, which allows sort of custom SQL for searching manifest data. And then at the EPA user side, we have these are mainly improvements for the billing interface. So here at EPA, through our work at OLM and the EPA program, as well as our colleagues in OCFO, we have put together some improvements to the billing interface to make managing the reporting and invoice corrections in a more time-friendly manner. And we've also working to establish connection from the eManifest to the ABC financial system. So invoice information can be recognized. So for users that that go into eManifest and click the pay button and the CDX pay.gov widget pops up, that invoice information is tracked. However, we have federal facilities and sites that pay out of band, as we call it. They don't use the CDX pay.gov widget. Those need to be manually reconciled. So those bills are being sent, that payment is being sent. However, the eManifest system is not recognizing those payments as being received. So we're working on bridging that connection. So when someone makes a payment to the EPA, that payment but it's outside of the eManifest system, it shows up as received. Next slide, please. All right, so we have some upcoming system functionality. So we have these have been identified as user needs, such as a new industry role for billing. And this next item should be coming out sooner rather than later. This is a more flexible generator search API. So right now, if you're using the user interface, you can search partially for a generator. Say you just know that the generator you're using is a CVS and it's on Main Street in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. You can search partial for that and it'll return a list of IDs that meet that. We're putting that flexible search capacity into the API. So when a system to system exchange of information takes place, when someone is sending up a partial information for a generator, such as an address or a location or a name, they'll be able to pull down that search much like they would be in the user interface. All right, so this next one is automated. We can go. I'm sorry, go back. I'm sorry. Next item. This is automated manifest deletion credits. We have right now, if a manifest is being uploaded to the wrong site. So let's say there's multiple companies have multiple sites. So something that ended up at site A was uploaded into site B, and they pay for it, but it should have been uploaded to site A. What EPA has to do at the headquarters level is go into site B, delete that manifest, and also credit them the amount of money they paid for that to make sure that doesn't show up on their bill. If it doesn't, keep it from showing up on their bill, or crediting them the money they have paid for the manifest that was mistakenly uploaded to the other site, and then re-uploading it into the correct site, and then debiting them that same amount. So this basically, moving manifest from here to here. However, there's a lengthy headquarters process to do that. So we're working on automating those deletion credits. And also we're going to be streamlining broker enhancements. A lot of this is very workflow oriented, and you don't want to get too far in the weeds on that. Notifications for corrections. We've heard this a good amount of times. So if a manifest is corrected, right now the status just changes to corrected. There is no notification sent out to associated users. So we're building out those notifications. And the optical character recognition. This is a longstanding headquarters bugaboo. This goes back to the deletion credits as well as overall data quality, is validating that the PDF uploaded from the paper manifest PDF uploaded matches the manifest tracking number entered into the system. So when a user is uploading a manifest, they need to say, okay, my manifest is 1, 2, 3, 4, JJK. And they upload, then they attach a PDF, just like you're attaching a PDF to an email or any sort of document, and it's uploaded. However, there's no confirmation that that PDF uploaded is going to match that manifest tracking number. And there's a lot of duplicates out there, or there's a lot of mismatches, and this becomes an overall data quality issue. So at the headquarters level, there's a lot of stuff below the top line of the manifest that people like to look at and mine and find issues with. However, at the very least, at the top of the manifest, we at EPA need to make sure that that matches what's being entered in by the user of the system. And then a weekly digest of non-registered users. This is particularly of interest to folks trying to get generators registered, which I consider myself very interested in getting generators registered. What would happen? It would be when the manifest is uploaded in the system, there's a data field for generator contact info. You can put in an email address. So right now, if a generator has notified and they use an email address associated with their site notification form, that email address pre-populates it, but it can be changed. This is not as widespread as you think. So there's a lot of spaces in the manifest for this to be sent out to a non-registered user. So how we're believing this will be done would be when the manifest is uploaded, the receiving facility would input an email address for users, say donnelly.stephen@epa.gov as the generator on manifest for a specific site. And then I'm not registered, so I get a digest saying that this manifest has been uploaded. If you want to see it, click here and you can register. Okay, and then for the general public, we're also going to be providing more efficient downloads of the public manifest data on Rigor Info Lab. And this is one of those killing two birds with one stone. So this is work we are planning to do for our internal industry and state users to streamline the bulk download of manifest data. And this would be something we can also do for the public, because we've been around and this is getting to be a massive file. It blows up Excel. If you want to download the whole thing, you can't just use that. So we're looking at ways to make that sort of the aggregate manifest data more usable and more downloadable for the system. And for state users, we have plans to improvements to our reporting database. And this information is tracked and updated twice weekly at github.com/USEPA and e-manifest. So EPA has a very large footprint on GitHub, eManifest. We put a lot of information on GitHub. We put on what we're working on, what we completed working on, and we have reference material based for using the APIs, the application program interface. We have tutorials. We have reference guides. We have a lot of great material out there, and we do encourage people to go there. And also we host bi-weekly user support calls, and those are recorded and placed up there after the meeting. All right, and then we can go to the next slide. All right, so our program update. So in FY19, we received roughly 2 million manifests, about 170,000 a month, and we collected $16 million. In FY 2020, we received 1.8 million manifests, and we about 150 a month, and we collected 25 million. So through January, we've received 560,000 manifests, about 140K a month, and we've collected 8.5 million. Now, I will note that for the FY 20 and 21 fee period, we estimated a 17% reduction in manifests. So for the period, we were estimating roughly 3.5 million manifests. So this is not in the presentation because February ended 2 days ago, I believe. That through the end of February, we've collected for the entire fee cycle. So beginning on October 1st, 2019, through 2 days ago, we've collected 2.5 million manifests. And we are on pace for receiving roughly 3.5 million manifests. So we're very close to what our estimates were for fee projection. So this, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 7 months. Read the newspaper or watch. There's a lot going on with. There's a lot of things out there that could impact the creation, generation, and the shipment and disposition of hazardous waste, among other things. However, we do feel that through the end of this fee cycle, we will be roughly around 3.5 million manifests, give or take. And we can go to the next slide. Oh, and then allow me to introduce Amanda Kohler, who will be taking us through the end of this section.
Hello, thank you, Advisory Board, for being here and for our stakeholders listening online. My name is Amanda Kohler. I'm the Chief of the Permits Branch in Office Resource Conservation Recovery, and I have the pleasure of working on eManifest policy implementation and communication. Barry Breen gave us a good preview of this slide in his opening remarks, but we will, in the words of Barry Breen, unpack it a little bit here. First bullet, we have been working on a proposed rulemaking, affectionately known as the third eManifest rule, that will address export manifests, particularly who in the export chain is responsible for submitting manifest EPA and paying the user fee. In addition, the rule is going to look at how we can leverage eManifest for our other manifest-related reporting requirements, specifically exception, discrepancy, and unmanifested waste reports. And as we will discuss a little later, we expect to, I got quaky excitement. We expect to include in the proposed rule a discussion for public comment of how we can begin to integrate eManifest with biennial reporting. And then finally, we expect the proposed rule to consider issues related to facilities mailing back the final manifest copies to generators. The second bullet is pretty significant. And something that, we're really happy to partner with the advisory board. In 2020, we responded to the advisory board recommendations from that April 2020 meeting. We published that response in October 2020. And, a few things that I wanted to mention about this response. We appreciate the board's support for how we are interpreting Crow-Mayer to apply to eManifest. And so our October 2020 response made that decision final for us. It also talked about how we responded to the board's feedback relating to the three methods that we proposed to the board in April 2020. And our response affirmed that we were selecting method 2, which with that and the Crow-Mayer decision allowed us to release the quick sign functionality in eManifest in December 2020. And then finally, that response in October also laid out next steps for how we were going to develop additional options for increasing use of electronic manifests, specifically talking about how we were going to plan public meetings to gather stakeholder input earlier on in the process to help us develop further options. And so we plan on having those public meetings in 2021. As Barry mentioned, we did a deep clean of our eManifest website. We did this as primary motivation was to incorporate the quick sign change for generator and transporter electronic signatures, as well as to start preparing for our mailed paper phase out on June 30th, 2021. But we went through all of our sites, all of our web pages and FAQs and updated all 12 stakeholder specific fact sheets. I'm actually going to skip a little bit. I'm going to jump to this state hazardous waste website. So we're working on new content for our website that will describe state hazardous waste that are subject to manifesting. So this has been in the hopper for a while, just waiting for some available space to finish, but it's moving forward. So we're hoping to post it this spring. And then as Barry also mentioned, kind of jumping back up, we released our first edition eManifest bulletin a couple weeks ago. You might have seen that through the listserv or on our website. This is just another forum for communicating activities in our program. We're packaging these updates on a quarterly basis. So the idea here is to report progress for the last 3 months and then also talk about upcoming activities in the program for the next 3 months. And of course, this bulletin complements our existing suite of communication activities, including our monthly webinars, biweekly user support calls, listserv, help desk, and our always popular advisory board meetings. Next slide, please. Of course, I can't get my next slide. Okay, sorry about that. If you've attended any of our webinars in the last few months or so, this message should look very familiar to you. Per our regulations, beginning June 30th, 2021, EPA will no longer accept paper manifest submissions through the mail. So this, of course, you can use paper manifests after June 30th. What's changing is that after this date, receiving facilities can't snail mail those paper manifests to EPA. They have to either upload that paper manifest as an image only or upload as a data plus image submission. We've been focusing on communicating this throughout the fall. We'll continue to do so up until June 30th to really prepare those mailing paper manifests for the transition. So we've been providing reminders at our monthly webinars. We have messages going out with our invoices. We're directly reaching out to those receiving facilities, mailing us manifests. Have updates on our website. We're here today sharing this message again. I think this communication blitz is working. In October 2020, we were receiving about 5,000 mailed manifests a month. And as of February, we were down to approximately 2,500 mailed manifests a month. So that's about a 50% reduction. So hoping to see and continue that glide path down to zero before June 30th. And, pertinent to our discussion on user fees today, of course, because mailed paper manifests will be phased out after June 30th, 2021, we are not proposing a user fee for mailed paper in the upcoming fee cycle 2022-2023. Fred, do you want to pause for questions or?
Actually, yeah. So yeah, now would be a good time to pause for questions.
So board members, any questions on what you've heard so far?
Yes, this is Tom Baker, Karen. I do have a couple of questions, and Steve, you covered a lot of information in a very quick period of time there, and I think it's very challenging to try to go back to the information to ask questions, quite frankly. So, but I did want to ask a couple of things. You mentioned that there were some improvements that were put in place to reduce the TSDF need to mail manifest copies back to generators. Can you elaborate on that? I didn't really follow the discussion at that point.
Yes, so we can go back to slide 19, I believe. The improvements for the need to receiving facilities to mail back paper manifests are based on the consideration that if a generator has a registered user for the site, the copy of record, what they should be downloading, in addition, this is outside of whether or not their state requires them to mail a generator copy for comparison, but the actual copy of the manifest isn't the paper, but it's the manifest that was uploaded. So it's the PDF and the data that's uploaded. So for the purposes of the system, that if a generator site has a registered user, their access to that copy of record is the signed manifest in the system. This is a flag in the system. So if you search for a site on the manifest, or if you upload a manifest with an EPA ID, one of the things that pops down is, does this site have a registered user? And it'll come back with a yes or a no. And there's also there's a new one since we have a quick sign is, does this have a, I forget what it's called, but it's like you have like a Chrome Air signer at the site as well. So if someone has access to that site, they can download that copy they can download the manifest from the e-manifest system, and there should be no need to mail back a paper copy.
Okay, so just so I understand, so there's a features that have been added to e-manifest that a TSDF presumably could go in, understand which of their generators that ship waste to them, have registered, and they can then therefore eliminate the need to mail the manifest copy back to the generator.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right. It's right there. If you just go into a site and go into your manifest library and click on I want to see the manifest, right there at the top with all the sort of the subsequent information like the contact and the site location. It'll be has a registered user. Yes.
Okay. Do you need to go in there one at a time to each generator individually? You said a site. I guess you mean a generator as a site.
So from the TSDF side, that is a good question.
What I'm trying to understand, what I'm looking for more information regarding is what impact does this have today on the TSDFs and their ability to understand when they don't need to mail manifest back to a generator? It's a feature that I'm not familiar with, and I'm just trying to understand whether it's a kind of a one-off that if you check the data for that particular manifest, you'd know that generator is registered, or can the TSDF, for example, generate a report to show which of their customers or generators have registered, therefore try to integrate it into their existing programs for mailing copies back. So just trying to understand the usefulness of it today and maybe where we take it from here.
That is a good question. And I know Scott's on. I do know at the manifest level. So if you're uploading a manifest, as soon as you pop in that EPA ID number, it'll tell you immediately the site has a registered user or not. Is there a report to be able to sort of say, okay, these are all my generators and I want to be able to see which ones are registered or not? I know at the sort of the EPA level, since we're doing generator registration, and I also know that other states use these reports to see if there's registered users. I don't know if that's available on the industry side, but we will check on that.
Okay.
Could be a good takeaway.
Thanks, Steve. And then the kind of dovetailing into the registered generator issue, and I don't know if you have future slides coming up in the slide deck with EPA talking about generators registration and kind of a measure or a metric to know how many have registered. That's always been a discussion we've had at these meetings, and it's information I think would be very useful to the board to understand, are we seeing an increase in registrations by generators, from year to year?
Well, absolutely. That's something we will cover later, but I do want to say sort of at the headquarters level, so the eManifest program level, we are looking at generators that have been listed the most on manifests that do not have a registered site manager. And David Graham, our state industry implementation lead, as well as myself and some other folks in the program, are contacting them and encouraging them to register for the site manager. So I will brag a little bit. We've been only doing this since January 1st, but we've registered over 2,000 generators representing over 70,000 manifests. So we're getting those manifests home, and we're also looking at them from sort of the corporate relationship side. So if there is a sort of a chain hardware store that has registered users for some sites, but there's 15 others that don't, what we'll do is we've contacted those individuals and said, we see you're registered for these particular locations. These are ones that have been listed on the manifest, and they don't have anybody home to download the copy. We lead with copy of record and participating in the electronic manifest. So we do understand this has been long discussed in eManifest, going back to the initial 1 year rule. So this is something that we've been working on.
Okay.
But there is, so through Scott's sending me a message through our services, we have something called the site details. So what a industry user would do at the bottom end would be they would send up an EPA ID number, say their generator in Georgia, and the EPA would send back whether or not there's a registered user. So you could do that through services. And this could be a fun thing to discuss on one of our user support calls.
Okay. Yeah, so just in summary, I guess for my purposes and the board's purposes, I think understanding the number of registered users over time, some kind of a graphic or a number, to show the increases. And then what is the percentage of the universe of generators in the system that have registered? So there's be two different metrics, but I think that would be very telling to know how the program is progressing.
So you're looking for registered users over time, and then just generators that have been listed on a manifest.
To have at least one registered user.
Have at least one registered user.
And again, the focus I started with was this whole return of manifest copies back to a generator, and trying to eliminate the TSDF's need to do that. So that's information I think that would be telling. So I'll pause there. I have more questions, quite frankly, but I don't want to jump to different subjects if other board members have further questions on the same subjects. So I'm gonna pause here.
Steve, I'm sorry, I wanted to interject real quick. So, Steve, if you can pull together that information that Tom asked, please send it to me, and I'll make sure the board gets it as soon as possible. Preferably by the end of the day, if you can give me that information, so we could, read that into the record. The information was passed on to the board before the public comment period. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. We have something similar to that.
Sorry, go ahead, Carolyn.
I was going to ask if any other board members have questions. I know Tom has more, but.
Yeah, this is Terry Bear with ADQ. One thing I did want to get clarification on, I think slide 15 or 16, there was reference to 4.7 million manifest. But in the white paper that was provided, the totals came out to about just under 4.3, so 4.282. So I was just wondering why the discrepancy in the numbers there.
That's a good question. The white paper was published prior to the close of December of January, so we didn't have the full January picture. That's why we're using different numbers. We wanted to give a more updated picture during the presentation.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I just saw the slide said it was referencing the white paper, and so the numbers were. I just wanted to understand that. Thank you. That's all I had.
Great. Joshua?
Thank you, Carolyn. I apologize, I'm not real quick on the unmute button. Steve, I have a few questions that I'd like to flesh this out a little bit, and you may say that it might be easier to answer some of this if or when you provide more information in response to Mr. Baker. And I know we've been over this in previous meetings, but at this time, when a user at a generator registers in the eManifest system, is there an expiration, essentially an automatic expiration of that registration, such that a user is uploading and say, hello, I'm Mr. John Smith, I'm at such and such a generator, and here's my contact information, including, most importantly, email address. Does that continue indefinitely, or does that expire? I know we've talked about passwords having to be renewed, but does the actual registration expire at any point?
I believe I'm going to refer this to our system experts. I have an answer in my head, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on this, but I just want to make sure that I'm completely right before I answer, because this is one of those things where I'm 99.9% sure, but it'd be negligent of me not just to double check.
Thank you. That's fine, and kind of what I'm burrowing down here to is there are states, including Minnesota, where I am, where the state periodically, in Minnesota it's annually, collects user registration, including contact information, name and contact information. So individual person, not just a generator name, but name of a staff and an email from the generator site. It's a state mandatory requirement annually. Again, in this state it's annual. In other states, some states that do that, it may be different periods. And we have touched in previous eManifest board meetings on user fatigue, generator fatigue. I have to file this with the state, I have to file this with the EPA, I have to file this with eManifest, I have to do this, and every one is just one more, and at some point it's the straw that broke the camel's back. And on the topic of user registration, I think I'd like to ask the question now, and you may very well say you'd like to come back to it either later today or tomorrow with more information. What is EPA's position and either current, because I may be unaware of something that's current, or intent or plan for replacing an individual user registration with data provided from another source, a verified source, such as a state or a transporter TSDF user, such that the percentage of registered generators can be dramatically increased, or could be dramatically increased, at least theoretically. The reason I'm asking this is because, at least in my state, the step of designated facilities mailing or otherwise providing through email copies of the final manifest is a gigantic confusing area, not just for the generators, but of the transporters and TSDFs as well. There is not clarity in the regulated community on when they have to do what, and what this results is in many generators getting nothing when they're not registered in the eManifest system. They don't get paper copies anymore, and other generators who are registered in the eManifest system continuing to get deluged with paper copies that they really don't want. So that's kind of the background. I'm not expecting you to respond to that, but coming back to my original question of reviewing that user registration piece. Thank you.
Okay, so to answer your first question, so registration of a site does not expire. So I'm in Minnesota and I register for a generator site and I get approved. That doesn't expire. However, if there's no activity in the account for 365 days, that account will be deactivated. However, that user will be able to reactivate that account. As for the second question, that is a big question. And when it comes to registration and user account access, and a lot of the the streamlining approach that we're looking to do, there's a lot here at the eManifest headquarters level that falls under what is it's a federal IT system. So there's a lot of guidelines and practices for being authenticated for a user for a specific system means that you can use that system. Just because someone's approved access to system A doesn't mean they can use system B. So that is a larger question that I don't have the wherewithal to answer now, but we can certainly take that back to the team for further discussion and a possible answer. But that's a larger issue. But I do understand how that would streamline things.
Joshua, did you have more questions?
I think probably as we go forward in the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Jill?
Jill Mashak. Yes, I do have multiple questions, but I'll just kind of ask them also in order. My first question kind of dovetails off of Mr. Baker's questions or clarifying questions. And it's specific to for the image only manifests. When the image only are uploaded, what is the lag time in terms of the information being uploaded and therefore being available to a generator who's going online to obtain that manifest, that return copy of the manifest. Thank you.
Well, if the image only is uploaded by the receiving facility and there is a box where they can throw in the generator ID, that will show up in that generator ID's, that will show up in that generator's ID, that generator site as a manifest immediately. As soon as they sign it, you'll be able to see that manifest. If it's not uploaded with a generator ID, it's just uploaded as a scanned image, there is the ability for the user of the generator site to search for a specific manifest tracking number and see where it is in the paper processing queue. Now that the backlog is all but eliminated, there is a very there's a very good chance that manifest will go through the data entry queue quickly. However, if there is an error on the manifest, that could prevent it from going through faster. But you'll be able to see if that manifest is in the paper processing queue, you'll be able to see where it is. You'll be able to see it's under review. And you could request, through using the feedback report and issue, you could say, press the button at the top and say, I need, to the EPA headquarters, say, I'm listed as a generator on this manifest. It's with the paper processing center queue. It hasn't been fully QA'd. Can I see the PDF, or is there any issues with it? So if there is something like that, you can use the feedback button. We will be able to assist. We've done that in the past.
No, that helps. Thank you.
Jill, did you want to go to another question, or?
I'll wait, my turn.
All right. Tafik, you had a question?
Yes, Tafik Kosar. First of all, Steve, thank you very much for the very informative presentation. I have a question regarding the adoption rate of the completely electronic manifests. So I remember in our advisory board meeting 2 years ago, it was reported that the adoption rate for e-manifest was 0.26%. This was back in April 2019. And then in February 2020, the adoption rate was reported as 0.27%. And in the white paper, it is reported as 0.27% again as of November 2020. And I think in your presentation, you reported as 0.3%. So basically, over the last 2 years, it seems to be almost flat, between 0.26 to 0.3% adoption rate for the complete electronic e-manifests. So I have two questions. The first one is related to the goals of the agency, since if I remember correctly, the goal was to achieve 75% adoption rate as of 2020, if I remember correctly. Do you still have the same goal, or has this goal been revised? And the second question is, considering the adoption rate being almost flat over the last 2 years, what are the plans to increase this adoption rate? Do we expect, or should we expect any fundamental changes, maybe in the incentive mechanism or in any other mechanisms to make sure the community is adapting? Thank you.
Yes. So yes, to sort of answer the questions in order. Yes, we have revised. Our program goal is 100% electronic, but we've revised our projections for the fee period based on what we've seen realistically. We have to deal with reality on reality's terms here. And yeah, the paper, the electronic manifests have been flat for the last few years, 0.26, 0.23. However, we have seen an uptick, not substantial, but it is progress. This is only, QuickSign's only 3 or 4 months old. And we have seen an uptick in electronic manifests with that use. So we're sort of, from the implementation side, we're taking sort of two approaches. We're encouraging generator sites to register, and we're also working with receiving facilities who are using electronic manifest to identify what is current, how is this working in your system now, and what lessons have you learned along the workflow. And we also understand, we've heard this for many years now, that ideally what the workflow would be the manifest would be electronic. The signatures would be captured through from the receiving facilities by an electronic pad or device, so that data would be sent to us at the end of the shipment. This is we've heard this before, and we've done a major making the policy adjustment to our signatures that Chrome error does not apply to anything but the non-final signature of the manifest, and our commitment to working with industry on sort of building out from that standpoint, that generator and transporter signature is not a final signature. We have a lot of room for innovation and creativity that otherwise we didn't have. So we do feel that, looking in the next 2 years, we're not pie-eyed to think that we're going to be up to 80-90% electronic, but we also understand that we're at a really great opportunity and a really good point of the program to begin implementing some solutions that would meet the program's requirement for quality data and signature capture, but would also better mimic the transaction of the paper manifest. So, we would speed up the signature process electronically, but we would still be getting the good data. So this is going to be part of this conversation and many more, I imagine.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Right. I think that Tom said he had some additional questions, but he was letting the other board members go next. So Tom?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Tom Baker. So Steve, one thing I wanted just to get more information about as well is you had mentioned an enhancement that was planned regarding OCR recognition to validate manifest tracking numbers. I assume that's not focused solely on paper manifests, since they're being phased out, later this year. Is that to be used with image plus data manifests to sync up those or to validate those paper tracking numbers to the electronic tracking numbers?
Yes. So what we'd be doing is looking at all the sort of scanned images as well as the mail manifests that come through. Those already received that initial QA check from someone at the paper process center. The first thing they look at is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 match what the industry user has uploaded. This would be focused on the paper, the data plus image uploads, and as well as some image uploads that are not yet queued up, that just to make sure that manifest tracking number does in fact match the one on the form. We've done multiple scans and multiple tests on sample size, and every time we do it, the numbers sort of hover around every time we do it, the numbers sort of move up incrementally. So, as the OCR process gets refined, as the program sort of learns and gets smarter about the manifest tracking number, is able to pull it, and it's able to account for whether the manifest was uploaded left or upside down. It's able to pull that out and compare it to the manifest tracking number. We're seeing roughly, I believe, in the neighborhood of 5% of the manifests that we look at, which have been a mix of large receiving facilities and smaller sites, sort of a good cross section of the manifest universe. There are consistent errors when it comes to just matching those two numbers. And David Graham is going to be talking more about that in detail. And I know Scott and the developers we've brought this up, and it is something that we feel would ultimately reduce overhead costs on the EPA headquarters, improve data quality, as well as and also eliminate a lot a lot of effort on the receiving facilities just to make sure that what they're uploading is truly, in fact, on the paper.
Okay, so is it used for anything more than the manifest tracking number validation? I know there's some work processes with Image Plus data where there's I think the Manifest Processing Center is actually comparing paper information, waste information to the electronic information. Is that true?
No, so this would just be, this is focused on the printed manifest tracking number. The optical character recognition isn't so great at reading a lot of the paper. We've done tests on this. It's not going to, anywhere else in the manifest, you're really not going to get any good data to sort of pull out consistently. Sometimes the manifest has a printed generator ID, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it's scribbled over. So this is focused on the paper manifest ID as well as the entered manifest tracking number.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
All right, I think Jill had additional questions.
Yes, I have two questions, and this is Jill Mashak. So, and also it was on the OCR. I do recall in past webinars discussion on the OCR, so I'm still confused. Has it been rolled out at all, or it will be rolled out in the future and it's still in kind of that test mode?
It's still very much in test mode. We have we want to be able to do this. We need to fully use this at the headquarters level and get a good idea of what's out there before we start putting out there into testing and then into production. So that's why we're taking our time on this, because we do know that those uploaded manifest tracking numbers, they're not going anywhere. And we want to be able to do it properly before it goes out. So this would ideally, sort of the final vision of this would be when a user uploads the manifest in the front end in the user interface, they would be able to get a thumbs up if the manifest is read correctly, or when they're doing it via services, they would get a message back saying your manifest has done its job. And if in either scenario where there's a failure to either extract that number or match the number, the user would see a notification saying, this manifest tracking number doesn't match what's on the paper. Is this, either you fix it or you need to tell us we're wrong. It's basically just sort of notify that this is go through the step of saying either this is this is either a garbled little, the smudgy 3 is actually an 8, or this is, I actually entered the incorrect manifest. So we do want that workflow to work properly before we put this out.
Sure, and I know this is going to be covered later in the presentation, but since we're talking about it already, I just figured I would bring it up now. But and I believe I know the answer to this, but I know we're focusing on the manifest number. Does this include the suffix like a JJK or an FLE? So if I have a number on a manifest and somebody types in FLE, but then the actual uploaded manifest was a JJK, would the optical character recognition not correct it, but be able to notice that was an error? So is it just the numbers, or does it also include the letters?
I think it's, what is it, 12? Yeah, it's all 12 characters of the manifest tracking number. So we look at all the numbers and all the letters and make sure that this is what's on the printed form. So everything.
And I'll save my comment then for tomorrow. And then my only other comment right now is pretty straightforward, but how do you determine the functionality? Like what functionality, how do you decide what functionality to add or consider? What's the process for that?
That's a very good question. So we have a sort of a giant list of requirements that we've gathered over our years from our users, from broken down into various stakeholders, such as I am a broker, I want to be able to create a manifest, or be something along those lines. And we rate them by sort of user need and by priority. So there's a list of major items, and those are moved into sort of those little individual pieces of function are moved into sort of larger collections of, they're called user stories, but yeah, basically those are sort of grouped into different user stories. And those user stories, there's a sort of a similarity between them. Those go into something called epics. So an epic is a group of user stories that sort of meet like sort of a specific goal, like let's see, notifications. So there's a lot of things under notifications, such as emails to non-registered users, corrections notifications, weekly digest, and it's all broken down to those areas. So the software team looks at all those different items based on their stakeholder needs and what's going on in the larger RCRA info universe to make sure that, if there's any sort of similarities going on with what's going on with either the permitting module, or there's some sort of notification going on, that there could be some synergies or anything that could be leveraged. Essentially, those user stories are broken down into, this is what we do accomplish for the next given year. We put those into a roadmap that's broken down by industry user. That industry user is broken down by different roles, like receiving facility, generator, transporter, broker. And there's also state users, and we have EPA headquarters users, reports, and we map those out over 3 to 6 months to a year period. And inside of that, we break those 3 to 6 month periods down into releases. So for every 2 weeks, we're putting something into pre-production. And then 2 weeks after that, we're putting something live into production. Or every month, we're putting something live into production. So those individual component stories are broken down into sort of 2 week intervals of like, okay, so we have 2 weeks. What can we accomplish in 2 weeks that'll meet needs for, sort of those needs we hear from the industry, states, the EPA headquarters over the next few weeks. And the workload is broken down and assigned by our Scott, who is our product owner and the voice of the customer. So he sort of knows all when it comes to identifying based on what the scheduled needs are, who should be doing the coding and deployment and all that. So that's in brief. I won't say brief, but that's essentially that's how it works. It comes from a list of user requirements that we've captured over the years, and it hasn't gotten smaller. And based on upcoming needs and rulemakings and anything sort of statutory and regulatory, those are sort of the deadlines we know we need to hit. And then based on that, it's what can get us to 100% electronic adoption, or what's going to keep states from yelling at me, essentially.
Sounds good. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Jill. Joshua, I think, had an additional question.
I think Tefik was in front of me. If you have more questions, Tefik.
No, I don't have any further questions. I think I just forgot to lower my hand.
Sorry, I'm usually the person doing that. Thank you, Tefik. Steve, just wanted to, and Fred, I'm going to reserve this and say that Steve has said we're going to come back to this with another presenter. So if not, I'm going to bring it up then. But I just wanted to, before we go forward, Steve, verify something I thought I heard you say. Did you say for the OCR of the manifest number, now that's just the manifest number, not the generator ID, that your trial program currently appears to have a roughly consistent 5% error rate? Was that accurate?
That's correct. So it's 5%, and broken into that 5%, there's either mismatch or there's either mismatch, unreadable, or completely wrong. And
So,
there's also we've also been working on it because we were getting a lot of false positives, and then we were getting a lot of negatives. So looking at that even further, because we are looking at a couple 100,000 manifests at a time. But in that samples, we do comb through that. But yeah, there is cause for sort of a data quality check, just the similar way where we have a data quality check that if a manifest is being uploaded with hazardous waste, it can't be signed complete until there is a management method code on the manifest. This is a check at the beginning to make sure that the manifest is matches the PDM, sort of a business rule type.
So maybe I'm hammering this too far now, because we may talk about it more later, and please tell me if there's another presenter that can flesh it out.
That's probably going to be me.
Okay. That number that's just the initial. It sounds like what you're saying is that's just the initial. We have a data element entered by a user that is a number, and we have a data element created by an OCR reader, and when those two data elements are compared, there's a mismatch 5%. But it sounds like what you're saying is an unknown proportion of the time, that 5% could include a large amount of OCR error read. So these would not actually be essentially they'd be false positives. That the actual error rate between what the manifest number actually is and what's entered as a data element by the user is not a 5% error rate. That it's less than that because an unknown proportion of that is OCR? Or are you saying that after validating the OCR read with a human or multiple humans, that we are still at 5% error between what people are entering and what it actually is?
Well, we're still very much still in testing. I will say that 5% number has been adjusted down considerably based on just us being at a point where we're not ready to put this live. So we don't want to say that, it's 10 or 8%, which is what we've received in earlier tests. 5% is something we feel comfortable stating in public, that we feel that based on our sample methods and our technique and the OCR technology available that they have out there, which is getting really good, which is probably alarming, that 5% of the manifest tracking numbers aren't matching, and that is from a sort of a business rule perspective, that is bad, because the thing is that it's not just those 5% that are wrong. If someone's camped out on a different manifest tracking number and it's 6 o'clock on a Friday and someone's trying to get home from work, and they find out the manifest they're trying to upload has already been used, they're not going to put in a ticket to say, hey, please fix this manifest tracking number. What we're finding is that they're entering in a new imagined manifest tracking number and moving on and say, I'll fix it. I'll leave a post-it note for myself on Monday and I'll fix it then, but that doesn't go. So it's a problem that, if not addressed, will lead to more and more problems, just because of the sheer amount of paper out there. And then, of the, say 5% of 4.7 million, let's just call that, let's say a couple 100,000 of these, there's more coming in every day, and there's more opportunities for issues down the road with people just sort of doing what I would do in that situation and just saying, I got to get this thing done.
I thank you for the clarification. This will come out much more in the minutes, but just a quick reflection to you. You probably have a feeling what I'm going to say, which is as a state regulator, a 5% error rate, and I'm not even going to call it an error, a 5% violation rate, because this means that users are entering wrong information, is terrifying. That is not a small number. That is at least for my state, that's huge. That really would call into question the reliability of the entire system, because that's 5% of the waste multiplied out means we can't find a huge amount of hazardous waste, which I'm really glad you brought that number up, because that's something to really dive into and talk about, because that's huge. So that being said, thank you. We'll expand out further either with another presenter or with you later, but kind of stemming off Ms. Mashak's question and comments, from a state user perspective, the two most important pieces of information on the entire paper manifest form, or the two most important data elements in an electronic manifest data set, are by far and away the manifest number, by which we can identify the shipment, and through that probably the date and other things, and the generator ID. I'm glad she asked the question. The clarifying is that 5% error rate is just the manifest ID. We haven't even gotten to the generator ID yet, which is a whole different ball of wax. But without a generator ID, it means, again, we have a critical data issue. So thank you for that. I'm not going to pound that further right this second. Circling back to the user registration question, and I apologize to everyone. I'm not a high volume user of the eManifest system as it's currently built and fielded, like Ms. Mashak and Ms. Baker are. They could probably answer this question, or would just know the answer. Is it currently possible for a user, such as a TSDF or a state user, to run a query of registered users with an output that can be easily, or that could be readily compared to a list of known generators, such that I could literally have a spreadsheet and put two columns side by side, or create a table such that I could say, okay, I know I've got 1,000 generators, whether they're my customers or whether they're my regulated parties, doesn't matter. I've got a list of 1,000 generators. I know they exist. I know they're generating hazardous waste from other data sources, and to run a query through the eManifest system such that I could match those two up and say, okay, of those 1,000, these 332 have not registered, such that I could then look to do an outreach push. And I'm raising the state's hand here and saying, I think we can be a big party help here with registration if we can easily pull out who isn't and compare it against our known records. And probably facilities could do that as well. And possibly this is already available. That's what I'm asking. Sorry, that rambled a bit. So the question is, can it currently be done to easily run a query of a large number of generators showing who's registered and who's not?
This is Steve. Speaking from the sort of your perspective from the regulator side, yes. We have reports in RCRA info as well as Metabase to be able to sort of find your generators in a specific area that have registered users, find ones that haven't been able to be approved because of a pending request from either a site manager or a state authorization, state user hasn't clicked submit. We have and we also have a very robust community of practice on the from the RCRA info at the headquarters level and sort of at the state level as well, with a lot of good sharing, good information sharing community of user registrations. It's up to each state to sort of decide who they approve for what. I would say there's a robust knowledge share when it comes to, particularly when it comes to generator registration. There's a particular, there's a robust community engagement on that.
Thank you, Steve. This is Josh. Just closing that one out. So you said that's for state users. Would TSDF's vendors, waste management vendors also have that same tool available, or a parallel tool?
Their parallel tool would be, as I described earlier, which would be just to be able to search for a site and either on the user interface or through services and be able to see if that site has a registered user. However, I did make that as a note that Tom Baker suggested earlier that would be able to allow receiving facilities to be able to run a report for the generators for a specific site and see who has a registered user and who does not.
So at this time, if a vendor wanted to essentially take their database and say, hey, we really want to push our customers, our generator client customers, to register with eManifest so that we can streamline our process, it sounds like right now, barring changes to the system, the most expedient way for them to do that would be to request the assistance or make a data request of their state, and then the state could, if the state chose to, perform that effectively on their behalf.
Conceivably, yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
I was writing down notes while I do believe that.
And I'm just going to say, I can't speak for other states, but I believe it's likely others may have similar feelings that at least my state would be very willing to assist vendors to do that, but we certainly would prefer the vendors to be able to do that themselves.
Josh, I need to interrupt real quick. So just a reminder to the board, please use this time to ask clarifying questions. Please be careful in not using this time to start providing your advice at this point. Make sure you utilize this time to make sure you're clear on information you need to fully inform you as you provide your charge question recommendations. So just a quick reminder to the board. And another reason why I'm mentioning that also, just because you're mentioning it now, doesn't mean that's what gets included in the meeting minute. What gets included in the meeting minutes is the what's provided during the charge question deliberation phase. So please make sure you're chiming in on something that you may forget to mention during the deliberation. So that's all I had to add.
Thank you, Fred. Joshua, did you get your questions asked? Because I think Tom has his hand raised.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Fred. I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Great. Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. So Tom Baker, just kind of changing gears. Amanda, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. You talked about outreach and the proposed rule that you guys have been working on at EPA. Can you provide some more details on the scope of that rulemaking? I guess I'm curious with respect to some of the past recommendations we had talked about from the advisory board, got into some modifications to the paper manifest to in some way increase registration of or communication with registered users. For example, the email address for the generator being added, and also then binding reports as an enhancement, looking at adding additional potential data elements to close the gap on some binding reporting shortcomings. Can you clarify some of the scope issues?
Sure, yes. So the main issues that the proposed third e-manifest rule is expected to take up is certainly the export manifest and the other manifest related reports. We do intend to have a discussion about how to integrate e-manifest with BR. So certainly some of the, I think, discussion that we had in the 2019 information collection request, where we were talking about how to start that conversation, we expect to include in this rule as well to kind of broaden public comment on those issues. And then, yeah, as I mentioned, we may consider issues related to facilities mailing back final manifest copies to generators. And so that's something we've heard from this advisory board previously. So we'll be looking at ways on how to do that.
Okay.
And some of this isn't public yet, so I can't go into too much detail, but,
No,
but we're hoping to publish this year, so.
Okay, very good to hear. Thank you very much.
All right, Tom, is that it for your questions for now, for the moment?
Yes, thank you.
All right, are there any other board members that have clarifying questions on the presentations? Give folks a sec to raise their hands if they do. Okay, well, I have a question, Fred, for meeting logistics. We blew past our 10:50 a.m. break we were supposed to take. It's almost an hour past the break we were supposed to have, and we're just 15 minutes before we were supposed to take our lunch break. So I'm actually wondering if it would be useful to take a slightly early lunch break because people have been going straight with no break all morning so far.
You are reading my mind. Well, thank you for saying that. I agree. So since we're moving so rapidly and being so productive this morning, let's take a lunch break. Let me give everybody an extra 15 minutes lunch break. So let's come back at 1 o'clock after the lunch break. And a reminder to the board, please, to the board and EPA presenters, please, while we're on lunch breaks, turn your cameras off and your microphone off. We'll get started right at 1 o'clock. Thanks so much, everyone, and enjoy your lunch.
Thanks, everybody.
And also, I'm gonna ask Frank, can you put up a break slide with the reminder that we're starting back? Thank you. Thanks so much. Hello, everyone, and we're back from lunch. Welcome back for lunch. We're going to get started and resuming the meeting. I'm checking. Oh, there you are, Carolyn. I'm going to just get started and ask Carolyn, eManifest Advisory Board Delegated Chair, to take over the agenda.
Great. Thank you, Fred. Welcome back, everyone, after our lunch break. We have 2 more slides for Amanda Kohler to finish off the problem statement where we left off before lunch, and then she and Stephen Donnelly and who else is next? David Graham will be speaking for the next part of our presentation. So if we could flow right from Amanda's last 2 slides into the next part of the presentation about the proposed program priorities and user fee background methodology. And then I will open it to the board for questions after that presentation. Amanda, are you ready?
Yes, actually, I believe Steve's going to take these slides.
Okay, great.
I'll take them. All right, so we have everybody here.
I think we're ready to go.
Fantastic. Slide 27, I believe is where we are.
We should be able to show slide 27, yeah.
All right, fantastic. Is it up for everybody else?
I think it's coming up.
Coming up, it's exciting.
Steve, do you want to start talking about slide 27?
I can start. I'll start talking.
Yeah, he's having some Frank is having some technical issues on the screen. So Steve, you can go ahead and get started.
We can talk to this. So if you're following at home, or in the office, or both, yeah, we're on slide.
It's in every seat. Everyone should have the slides. They're publicly available, including the board. So just say what slide number you're on until they can come on the screen. Thanks.
There's no math on this slide, so I think we're okay. So this is just outlining the reason we're here, the problem statement. So we need to set user fees for a 2-year period, and that requires the agency to project both its program costs and manifest usage rates for that period. The agency has developed its projections based on past data as well as anticipated changes for the upcoming 2-year period. The agency is seeking the advisory board's consult on its projections, for example, estimated program costs and manifest usage rates by manifest types. Simply put, we want eManifest to meet the needs of its stakeholders. We're looking streamlined submission and streamlined access to manifest data. Easy in, easy out. Nobody has been asking for less eManifest. They're asking for a better eManifest, and that is our job. And we are going to outline our priorities, and we want to have your feedback in a robust discussion. So yes, we can go to the next slide. So we are on slide 28. Yes, so yes, for this upcoming cycle, there will be major changes undertaken by the EPA. There will be no paper manifest for this fee cycle. We will have quick sign available for generators and transporters. We will be doing further exploration of options to increase electronic manifests. We are going to be proposing changes to link the eManifest data with BR, and we're going to have an emphasis on increasing generator registration to reduce the need for receiving facilities to perform the mailback of the paper copy and to prime generators for use of electronic manifest. Next slide, please. These are our proposed program priorities. Nice alliteration for FY 22-23. Yes, so we can go to slide 30. All right, so the agency is steadfast in its goal to implement electronic manifesting to get to near or maybe even above 100%. That's possible. As such, our program priorities will be focused on implementing the electronic workflow to the greatest extent possible. Next slide, please. And this next section, we're going to outline priorities and some of the activities we're planning on doing and some of the activities we have done. So only by increasing the electronic manifest submission and adoption will the system achieve the anticipated cost and benefit reduction savings. All facets of the program, from system development to stakeholder outreach, engagement, policy, this will be focused on reaching this goal. It's e-manifest, so we'll be doing electronic activity. Yes, so in October 2020, we concurred with the advisory board's recommendation from the April 2020 meeting. And in December 2020, following on that, we implemented new streamlined signature. In 2021, EPA plans to hold public meetings with stakeholders to explore electronic adoption, including how to leverage industry systems for submission of data using the APIs. So currently, let's talk a little about APIs. So this is how the majority of the data comes into our system. Someone's not logging in onto the user interface and typing out the information. They are capturing this information in their industry systems, and they're sending it up to us in a little package, call it a JSON file. And this is done through services. So they're sending all this information. So 85% of the manifests that come in are coming in through those services. And we have been, and we always will be, a services first operation when it comes to getting that data. We understand industry has systems that capture a lot more than the e-manifest data. So instead of having that be double keyed in, we are merely sort of sticking a straw into the system to get the data we need. So we're going to be building on that. We also plan to hold public meetings to explore future options for those. And we will be presenting that feedback based from those public meetings to the advisory board and consulting you all on additional options for increasing electronic manifests. In 2023, based on the advisory board feedback, EPA expects to take action on additional solutions to increase electronic manifests. Now this is these 21, 22, 23s, well, essentially 22 and 23. If we have a couple initial public meetings and we find we have a very clear direction, these meetings could happen a lot sooner. If this is it's an unknown, but we feel that given the implementation timeline, we will have some good material to report to you in the near future. All right. So next stop, BR integration. So integrating the manifest with BR is a long-standing goal of eManifest. It is a key measure of successful performance, and this is in the eManifest Act. And EPA anticipates expending resources towards planning, development, testing, and deployment of functionality to assist with BR integration. You can go to the next slide. In 2021, we intend to publish a proposed third rule, which is expected to initiate broader discussion regarding eManifest and BR integration. And based on public comments received in 2022, EPA is going to determine options for integrating and propose a path forward for advisory board consideration. All right, outreach. It's kind of what we're doing right now. So outreach. So we intend to focus our outreach to address a key need, generators and transporters. So generators and transporters who are on the line and listening, we want to get in touch with you. And if you're not here, then, well, we'll be talking to you soon. We will continue to communicate changes to eManifest and stakeholders through user calls and webinars and bulletins and conferences. We will be continuing. We're not going to be doing any less communication these next 2 years. However, we're also going to peel off some resources to focus on outreach to those key stakeholders, the first two legs of the manifest transaction. And just to sort of bring back an earlier action item, Scott is working on those queries that Tom Baker was asking about with regards to registered users for sites. So that is in progress, and we should be able to submit that by COB today, Fred. All right, so yes, in 2020, we began communication of the mailed paper phase out. In 2021, we're focusing on increasing generator registration. We have our new quarterly bulletin. public stakeholder meetings that are to explore additional solutions for electronic manifests. And we're going to be developing some how-to videos. We're going to have the e-manifest proposed rule. And 2022 and 23, we're going to be focused on improving data quality and planning for BR integration. And we'll be focusing on increasing electronic manifesting via implemented solutions. So right now, especially with that data quality, there is a lot of discussion and a lot of work going on with on the state and regulatory side when it comes to analyzing the e-manifest data. So there are working groups on the state level and at the EPA level that are analyzing the incoming manifest data and looking at the different areas and populating some spreadsheets and developing some dashboards that provide analysis. So this is one of the intentions of the program, was to give users greater access to manifest data. So this is part of the maturation of the program. All right, next slide, please. Third, rulemaking. You may have heard about this. We are working to complete a third rulemaking for the e-manifest system. The rule will address hazardous waste export manifests. As you may or may not remember from the user fee rule, we decided not to address export manifests at that time because the billing facility was outside of the scope of that rule. We decided to focus on the receiver pays aspect. So when we do an export manifest, there's receivers international, and it's tough to bring them into a national system if they're not in this country. So we'll be discussing and proposing solutions for the hazardous waste export manifests. And of course, this will also talk about the manifest related reports, exception, unmanifested waste, and discrepancies, which are currently on paper. We would look to make those electronic. And we're planning on initiating a very broad discussion on integrating with biennial reporting in this third rulemaking, laying out several items for public consideration. And we may consider issues related to facilities mailing back final manifest copies to generators. All right, we can go to the next slide. SOE 2021, we are planning on publishing the proposed rule. The current reg agenda lists May 2021 as the publication date. This is an outdated date and it will be adjusted in the next reg agenda, but we do anticipate publishing this rule in 2021. In 2022, we'll be developing and publishing the final rule, and in 2023, implement the system changes in response to any final rule decisions that would impact the submission of data or developing reports by the effective date. So we'd make sure that anything in the rule that is going to be implemented by a certain date will be done in advance and be able to be tested. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to pass this off to Amanda, who is going to walk us through a little bit of algebra and the user fee background and methodology, and a little policy, and a little bit. Oh, we have a question from Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Tom Baker. So on the, just a question to clarify on the BRS integration, just trying to follow the timeline, and I know it's an enhancement that, as you said, it's been out there as a goal since the 1-year rule. I know part of it's tied to rulemaking as you described, and I guess that the way I look at that timeline that you described, it would be a 2023 implementation. So the first time that we would see impact on that would be the March 2024 binding report that's submitted, correct?
I believe that's how the timeline will be working, but I'll have to consult with the team and get a correct date on that. But I anticipate that would probably be the earliest cycle it would work on. But let me take a note to an actual answer.
Okay, so just to clarify the timing, that we'd actually see an impact on that on the next binding report submission deadline. And then broader than that, with binding reporting, is there anything else that's going to be worked on outside of the rulemaking effort to allow greater use of the manifest data that's being housed in eManifest to create the binding reports. So in other words, is there other facets of this that are going to be worked on that may impact generators report the 2024 binding report? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yes. So is there anything outside of the rulemaking right now that could sort of prime the pump for the current BR cycle?
Is there a phase? Is there other things that are being considered that would have impact on generators, say for the March 2022 submission of the binding report?
Submissions. I don't have my notes on that in front of me, but I do know that right now in the system that, yeah, a manifest can be corrected any time that's been previously submitted with, if it doesn't have BR information tied to a hazardous waste line, you can go in, or the generator can go in and put the source and form code and all the BR information to that waste line right now, and that will start filling up that site's BR container. So we do have it's not on the printed manifest form, but on the actual, in the eManifest system, there is the option for adding the BR fields to a specific waste line. We are also doing the SQG re-notification that should be kicking off in a few weeks now with was it the annual or biannual? It's not really, it's SQGs, but they will be re-notifying as well. And we don't have anything specifically planned that comes to mind, but I'm going to take that back as an action item to see if there's anything non-relevant to the rule that could help move along BR integration.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
While we're on questions, I think Joshua has a question as well.
Thank you, Carolyn. Steve, this is a rather broad question, but I'm hoping that you can give me a broad general answer because it can very quickly go down into the weeds. Looking at the timeline and talking about a third rulemaking, what is EPA's flexibility to implement changes to the eManifest system outside of rulemaking if they do not affect fees? So as a specific question, if EPA wanted to expand an API, the API interface, or expand how data is uploaded or downloaded through the API interface, could EPA do that without a rulemaking as long as it doesn't change any applicable fees, or is any substantive change to the eManifest system bound to a rulemaking?
Now, we have through the Act and the subsequent rulemakings, particularly user fee rule, we do have latitude to build and enhance the eManifest system that's part of why we're here. The additional, I'm going to throw this to the team on the chat, but can someone pull out the language from the Act and from the fee rule talking about how we can upgrade and modify the system? And we have the authority to do that. Now, what we can't do is we can't start requiring something of a submission to the EPA to
what is it?
That isn't on the manifest form. We couldn't say, for example, that you need to have certain
Happy anniversary.
We can't have certain fields. We can't say, okay, we're going to start requiring PR information before you submit. We can't do that. However, we can make those optional, but we can't really deviate from what's on the printed form to stop a manifest from being uploaded and paid for on our system. But yes, we do upgrade and modify our APIs and our user interface and our reporting on a bi-weekly basis based on user needs.
Thank you. I know I asked a very high level broad question, and I think your answer was sufficiently high level and broad that I think I've got the sense I need without delving down into the weeds, which could get very tall very fast.
Any more questions?
Amanda, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I'll add, I'll echo Steve. We have a lot of flexibility to modify the system without going through regulatory change. I think anytime we're looking at an actual regulation that we have to change, of course, we have to go through the rulemaking. So, and kind of looking forward to our public stakeholder meetings that we're hoping to have this year on, what additional options can we pursue to increase use of electronic manifests? Should there be policy options, we will have to take a good look at the current regs and determine whether we need to go through rulemaking or work within the current regulatory framework.
Thanks, Amanda. Are there other board members that have questions before we continue with the presentation? Not seeing any, I think we can continue on.
Thank you, Carolyn. So this section of the presentation will walk you through the statutory and regulatory framework for setting user fees. Next slide, please. Okay. So starting with our eManifest Act. So 2012 eManifest Act gave the EPA administrator authority to recover eManifest program costs through user fees. In addition, the Act stated the administrator, in consultation with the advisory board, shall increase or decrease those user fees to result in an amount that's sufficient but not more than reasonably necessary to cover program costs. Next slide. We talked a lot about this, our user fee rulemaking in January 2018. That's when we published the final rule. After going through public notice and comment, we established in regulation the methodology by which the agency would use to determine and revise user fees. So specifically, we finalized a marginal cost differentiated fee model. This focuses on the marginal labor cost of processing each manifest type. So the labor cost of processing electronic versus image only, data plus image, and mailed paper. Labor costs are the costs incurred by staff operating the EPA's paper processing center, includes data key entry, QA, scanning, copying, other manual clerical functions necessary to process the data from those manifests. And then the formula allocates all other system setup and non-labor operating costs equally across all the manifest types. Next slide, please. This is our math slide. I get this one. So this is the marginal cost differentiated fee model in our regulations. The fee model identifies three major cost categories: system setup, O&M, and indirect costs. And we'll talk about these in turn here. But biggest difference between system setup and O&M is system setup is all of the costs EPA incurred prior to system launch. So this is prior to June 30th, 2018. So this is now a fixed cost. We're recapturing $17.5 million over the first 5 years of system implementation. And then O&M cost is everything EPA incurs after system launch. And next slide, please. So both system setup and O&M costs are further broken down into two subcategories: system procurement costs and EPA program costs. System procurement costs is basically the IT side, IT system acquisition and contracting. And then EPA program costs is all other costs the agency incurs in planning, developing, operating, managing the eManifest program. So this includes both the IT component as well as the regulatory and policy, communications and implementation, and our eManifest advisory board. Next slide. Indirect costs. These are costs that are incurred by EPA in operating the system, but are not captured in either the EPA program costs or the marginal labor costs. They are part of full cost recovery though, because of their necessary supporting or enabling nature. So indirect costs typically include items such as overhead, buildings, equipment, and in any manifest, we also include indirect costs to account for office participation, EPA office participation outside of the Office of Resource Conservation Recovery, as well as senior management personnel. And that indirect cost rate is 33.22%. Next slide. We've talked about this previously this morning, but also in that 2018 user fee rule, we established that EPA would revise the user fees every 2 years by rerunning the fee formula with the most recent e-manifest program costs and manifest usage numbers, and that we would post those user fees 90 days ahead of the effective date. So as Sonia mentioned this morning, we are to post our 2022, 2023 fees by July 1st of 2021. The 2-year time frame was determined in the final rule based on industry and state commenters' support as frequent enough to keep pace with the change in program costs and manifest volume numbers, but not so frequent as to embroil, I think is the term we use, good Rich Lashir term, embroil the agency in constantly updating user fees. We also finalized in that rule 2 adjusters that we could use for the marginal cost differentiated fee model. One was an inflation adjuster that would allow the agency to adjust fees between that first and second year of a fee cycle to account for inflation. We have not had to take advantage of that adjuster yet. And then we also have a revenue recovery adjuster, which would allow the agency to account for revenue losses due to imprecise manifest numbers. And in the 2018 rule, we talk about how, prior to system launch, we'd never collected manifest numbers nationally. And so a large part of our fee model was based on estimating the number of manifests and the number of manifests by type. And so understanding that those were estimates that weren't really based on a lot of observational or direct observational data, allowing the agency to recover any lost revenues due to that imprecise manifest volumes was important. All right, slide 46. These are our current user fees for 2020 and 2021. And to round out this section, slide 47. So we are going to, in the next section, talk about how we're deriving our proposed fees for 2022, 2023. And so here are the factors that we're using as input into that marginal cost differentiated fee model. So we have O&M and system setup costs, our marginal labor cost, and projected number of manifests per type, and then the indirect cost rate. All right. Any questions on that?
I'm just going to ask board members before the next set of slides, we'll get into a lot of detail about some of the subcategories of cost. Before we go there, let's see if there are any questions. Tom?
Okay, yeah, Tom Baker. Amanda, thanks for working in Rich Lashir's name there in the conversation. That was nice to hear. Hopefully he's enjoying retirement.
Yes.
So just the indirect costs that you covered includes, I was trying to take notes here quickly, but I may have missed it, but it includes upper management costs to some extent. Are they proportioned? I guess trying to understand how big of a number that is, and does it represent the entirety of people's jobs? I know the folks on this call, for example, have other responsibilities in EPA other than e-manifest. So are we looking at a percentage of upper management's responsibility related to e-manifest, or is it looking at that more holistically to them being part of e-manifest and therefore being included in 100% as their salary?
Yes, because it's an indirect cost rate, we don't, we're not proportioning Carolyn's time, for example. She has a lot of other responsibilities besides e-manifest. In the user fee rule, we had proposed an indirect cost rate and took comment on that. And so it's just a flat 33.22%. And we did that in congruence. OMB puts out some guidance on how government agencies calculate indirect cost rates. So we did that in light of that guidance.
Okay, so that's what I missed. So 33.2% is the standard. Okay, I got you.
Correct. Yep.
Thanks for clarifying.
Any other board members have questions before we move on? All right, next slide then.
Okay, so this is Steve, and I'm back again to talk about the different cost categories. So we are on slide. All right, so yeah, we're talking O&M operations and maintenance costs. So this is system-related costs incurred by EPA or contractors after the system launch. This includes our IT system. This includes our help desk. This includes our paper processing center, which is broken into fixed paper processing center costs, as well as the marginal labor costs. We also have the Chrome Air cross-media electronic reporting rule costs, salary, advisory board, travel, rulemaking, and information collection request costs. These are the costs we've identified as we're going to have to address at some point over the next 2 years. Okay, so we can go into the next slide, please. Okay, so our O&M costs for the total fee period are roughly $17.6 million. And this is broken down almost an even split between IT and non-IT costs. So a little bit more IT and non-IT is 49%. And IT costs are costs directly that can be directly tracked to either maintaining the e-manifest system or developing enhancements towards it. Next slide, please. So of that total IT O&M cost summary, the majority is for e-manifest system development. We are estimating roughly $5.2 million a year. And then we also have e-manifest direct support, which is project roles that support the e-manifest program and the direct either maintenance and implementation or management of the e-manifest system. Then we have our electronic system O&M, which is our cloud hosting costs. We have our Chrome Air costs. We have our general expenses and working capital costs and our help desk. And we'll be diving into the different cost areas. So this is more of a summary slide. So we can go to the next slide. So here's another way of looking at that. You can see I'm pointing at my screen. Yes, so we can see just another way of visualizing the cost breakdown of the IT O&M. You can go to the next slide, please. And here's our non-IT O&M. So the majority of the non-IT O&M costs are the paper processing center operations and maintenance. Then we have salary for our non-IT EPA FTEs, which is full-time equivalents. And also out of that pool of money would come payment to any advisory board SGEs. It's a very minimal percentage, but we do want to say that if we have advisory board members that are paid board members, they will be paid out of this pool of money rather than the IT pool of money. There's sort of not to get too far in the weeds, but there's basically it's a way of tracking pay codes. Just we get audited annually, so it's just a way of tracking that your payroll dollars are being spent on either IT person puts a pay code with a 1 and a 0. A non-IT person puts a pay code with a 0 and a 1. Something that way, just for total cost accounting of the program. Then we have our EPA travel, advisory board contracts, and rulemaking and ICR contracts. And here's our non-IT O&M summary. And as you can see, the O&M costs of the paper center are the large majority of those costs, nearly 2/3, more than half. We go to the next slide. All right, e-manifest system development. One of my favorite topics. All right, so e-manifest system development. This is going to include enhancements for EPA system management. That's us at headquarters to make sure it's all, I would say, it's all billing related. So making sure that the invoices are going out correctly, changes can be made quickly, manifest deletions can be done properly, and the accounts reconcile, and we can have that sort of auditable, trackable system that will meet our industry users' needs for an appropriate bill, and also EPA and governmental financial needs for appropriate audit controls. And these activities fall into developing, testing, getting user feedback, and other support activities for the system. So this could include Scott's time on a user development call, or troubleshooting help tickets, or the actual nuts and bolts of coding the system. So a little trivia out there for those in eManifest land. We are built on Java. We use Java. And once we started out a long time ago, we were Ruby on Rails. So that's if anyone wants to win a bar bet, if we ever go to a bar again, Ruby on Rails was the original language of eManifest, and we changed it to Java. See, it's a lot of fun trivia. All right, so we can go to the next slide, please. All right, our planned activities are service enhancements for the APIs to push and pull manifest data, which dovetails with that second bullet, additional signature methods for electronic manifest workflow. So we are going to be working closely to build on what's working with us, which is the APIs sending us data. And we're going to work with them to start pulling data down, and then see how we can integrate that into a manifest workflow that works for us and works for them. We're also working on additional notifications for registered and unregistered users. We are also working on user notifications for user site preferences. So we have a lot of our users aren't just registered for one site, they're registered for 5, 10, 15, 20 sites, and there's a lot of different manifests going in and out of that site. So these user site preferences could be, I only want to see manifests from this site when they're listed as a generator, because it's traditionally a receiving facility. So I know they're getting a lot of manifests on the receiving side, but if we're sending something out, I want to know what it is, something like that. So this will be, and these are all available to these tickets when we're working on them. And prior to working, it will be available on GitHub. And there's an ability for a user, if you create an account, you can comment on those tickets, give your 2 cents. And also in the app itself, there's a feedback, a reported issue button. So if you have feedback on how anything works, or how anything should work, or how anything's not working, those go right to the development team for input into the backlog. And we're also going to have additional reports and data extracts of site activity. And we're going to have additional functionality, such as, but not limited to, areas that could possibly be included in the rule. So this would be BR data integration. And this could also be integration of discrepancy, exception, and unmanifested waste reports, export shipment data, and data field updates from any form changes that would go forward in the rule. If we're changing a field, we're adding a field, we're having a field, we're getting rid of fields. So those data field updates would go into this work as well. And also, this is sort of just a caveat, not really a caveat, but it's sort of an FYI that based on the effective date of the rulemaking, how this would roll out, these last 4 items, how these would be deployed and rolled out, could move priorities around. Oh, and we can go to the next. I have one more slide of system development, and then I think we can get to questions. All right, so we have state and regulatory users. We're always thinking of you all. So we have enhancements to corrections, such as being able to mark different areas on the manifest as needing correction. We also have functionality related to BR integration and those discrepancy, exception, and unmanifested waste reports in the rule, and additional reports and data extracts to help you manage your program. And then for the EPA headquarters users, we are planning on performance and cost improvement enhancements to our cloud infrastructure. We have the responsibility and the good. We manage our own infrastructure. That's what I'm trying to say. So we are fortunate enough to manage our infrastructure, and we are constantly looking at ways to make the system faster and make it more reliable. So we want to make sure that we continue to invest. So because e-manifest needs to be there for it to be an e-manifest system. And also building out a review queue for data and image upload manifests, and the ability for a manifest that needs to have corrections, the ability for the headquarters to request corrections from the receiving facility instead of having to deal with it outside of the system. The manifest, for example, say there's a image manifest that has been uploaded and there's no transporter listed, or their signature dates are out of order, or there's a missing waste code or management method code. This manifest would be put into a status that says something along the lines of correction requested. And the receiving facility would be able to see that in their queue as saying, this is what, oh, I have a manifest that's requested correction, and I can see what needs to be corrected. And then that manifest would be corrected, and then it would be done. And then also additional reports and data extracts for program and financial management. And also this dovetails with the enhancements and features to streamline e-manifest financial staff operations. And this is in concert with our colleagues in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to work with their financial tracking system and the e-manifest system to make sure that the invoice information in our system is lining up with the payment information that eventually ends up in the EPA financial tracking system. And then for the general public, last but not least, additional reports and data extracts on RCRA Info Web. I think we're done with, I can do some questions before we move on.
All right, I think Joshua has his hand up.
Thank you, Carolyn. Stephen, thank you for the information. This is Josh, sorry for the reporter. Going back to slide 56, the very first, or the first bullet point there, service enhancements for API to push, pull, manifest data. That's a, if we could delve into that a little bit, effectively, how far down the road to the, so to speak, holy grail is EPA looking of and I'm speaking of the holy grail being a waste disposal vendor using their internal proprietary data populated system and getting a call or email from a customer saying, hey, we have waste to be picked up, going in, assembling the data for a waste shipment, planning that waste shipment in their internal system, and clicking a button saying send to EPA and request manifest, or assign manifest through eManifest, clicking a button in their internal system and having that data being uploaded to EPA and them receiving an eManifest number for that data set for that shipment. This bullet point could be read to lead down that road. Where are we looking what is the EPA's view of this bullet point as towards that goal? Because that's probably a goal that's going to potentially go very far towards EPA's total goals of eManifest adoption. What does this bullet point mean in light of that?
Thank you, Josh. That is a very good question. That is indeed the whole ball of wax. It's the whole ball game right there. The way we are thinking about moving forward, and the way we've heard in the past, and what I anticipate we'll be discussing at these electronic adoption meetings, is there's sort of two systems. There's industry system, then there's EPA system. So the EPA system, we've got a lot of great things, and the industry system, they have a lot of great things. So what the EPA system has is up-to-date site information. It has the electronic manifest tracking numbers, and it also has a couple regulations and an act that says you need to send us the final manifest when it's complete, which is good. What the industry systems have is they know the waistline information, they know their customers, they know when the shipment's happening, they know who it's going to, they know who's driving it, and they know where it's going to end up. So ideally, the way we see this working out, and the way we see this sort of working in the future would be that the manifest would be the receiving facility, or the broker, whomever, would be going up to eManifest and pulling down a manifest tracking number and the right site information, and they would be pulling that down into their system, and then the manifest, they would populate it with, they would pull the tracking number and the generator and the transporter information, all that good stuff that we have in the Bricker Info system. They'd pull that down in their system. They'd add all the waistline information and all that good stuff, and then they would send that back up, and we'd give them the manifest tracking number, and then they'd send us back down and print out a copy, and the electronic signatures would be captured along the way, and then it would be sent back up to us with the management method codes if it's hazardous waste, and any additional fields they want to add, and we would call it a manifest. There's a lot of steps I've glossed over there, but the broad strokes are, we have the site data and the electronic manifest tracking numbers. You have the receiving facilities or the brokers or the generators. They have the who, they have the what, and they have the where. So we should be building on what's working right now and enhance that to build out the workflow. But it's not as simple as it sounds.
It's not simple, and Fred may caution me here that this is a question period and not a discussion period, but that you're going to hear me ask more questions down that road, because I don't have a good sense of EPA's either plan or hope. You may not even be able to have a plan yet, but EPA's hopes in that. Yes, we all hope to get there, but is EPA's hope, and I'm not asking for an answer here, but I'm hoping to get a sense through the rest of this meeting whether EPA's hope is within a few years or within many years, because there's a very big difference there, and then I think it would affect possibly how this board responds to EPA with this specific meeting. So thank you. You don't have to respond further at this point unless you have something to add to that. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Amanda. I'll add just one kind of thought. We talked earlier about our plan for public stakeholder meetings this year to flush out further options for electronic manifest use. And so that, those questions we're hoping to dive deeper into, including kind of the data questions as well as the policy questions.
Thanks, Amanda. I see Tom, I think, has another question.
Yes, so Tom Baker. I guess questions for Steve. Looking back at the paper processing center, some of the costs there, taking notes here again quickly, but I think 6.3 million is the budget for the paper processing center, with 73% of that is non-IT activities related costs. Do we have a sense of the breakdown of the activities of the paper processing center as it pertains to the 3 manifest submission types they work on? That being the paper manifest, the image manifest, and then the data plus image manifest. So in other words, just trying to understand proportionally where those costs are being incurred in the paper processing center today, so we can project future costs.
So Tom, to be more specific, you're asking, so this is not for the overhead O&M costs. This is for the marginal labor categories, correct?
Well, let me ask the question in a more simplistic way. So we have a paper processing center that is handling manifest data. Some of it's coming in as a paper document, right? Some is coming in till June of this year. Some is coming in as just an image that they're dealing with, and they're uploading that into eManifest presumably in some way. And then some, as I understand it, is the data plus image that they are doing some level of QA, QC data validation for. So my question is how much of their costs are incurred, I presume it's their time, is incurred in each one of those three activities? What's the breakdown?
Okay.
I mean, again, because the one option is going to go away here in a few months. We have two options left, and just trying to understand future costs.
Let me take a second to pull that up, but I can wait till a break and I can pull that up and get back to you because I have that information.
Okay, that's fine. And then if I could ask a second question, it's a general one, but you mentioned a couple times the general public access to eManifest data and the use of the web portal. Do we have any metrics or any understanding of how often the public is accessing eManifest data? Either the number of, I'm not sure if they have to register, or if we have logins that we count. Is that monitored and measured? And if it is it on the increase?
I will have to get back to you on that. I know we did have Google Analytics on our RCRA info web. You don't need a login to pull on to go in there. It's a public website. You don't need a login to go there. We did have Google Analytics on there. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I'll take that as another action item.
Okay. Okay, that's all, Steve. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom.
But I do know that
Jill?
a lot of handlers and states use the public data for us. We do know a few brokers and a few TSDFs do use the handler information available on RCRA info web to bring all that information into their own internal industry systems for assigning EPA IDs, because that handler information is refreshed weekly.
So do we just to ask to clarify what you just said there. So you're saying that there's industry system users using the public access portal to get useful information to manage eManifest transactions?
Yeah, so as part of the general benefit of RCRA for Web making this data public, we do populate a list of handlers. So those handler IDs are refreshed weekly based on sites notifying and updating, and that information is downloaded and extracted in sort of a comparison contrast to what's existed for certain site IDs in certain states to get a better look at did I miss anything in the system.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Steve.
All right, thanks. I think Jill Mayshak has the question.
Yes, Jill Mayshak here. Slide 56, and I don't know if this would fall under the bullet of additional signature methods, but is there any, I know we talked about this during other planned meetings, but is there any planned activities for offline capabilities in terms of signatures? When people cannot sign or there's downtime or reasons that signatures cannot be captured real time. Is that any planned activity or not at this time?
Yes, and maybe, depending on how we workshop with the industries, working on the policy decision to remove the Chrome Air requirements in the first two signatures gives us a larger set of options to consider when it comes to capturing electronic signatures, either online or offline. However, we still are a federal system, and there still are a lot of guidelines when it comes to signatures. So one of the areas we'll be discussing is if it is going to be considered a signature for the generator or transporter, there's going to need to be certain rules and certain standards set by the federal government, not me, but by the federal government. However, if there is a sort of a consideration that there needs to be a sort of a revisit to the regulations that maybe in the RCRA regs that these aren't signatures, that they can be done something less than a signature because of the receiving facility uploading it, that's a different discussion.
Okay, thank you on that. I I do have a couple others, but I'm going to try to find them and let somebody else go next.
Okay, Joshua, is your hand back up again?
It is indeed, Carolyn. Thank you. Question, Steve or Amanda. Looking back, Steve was describing that EPA is trialing, essentially trying to determine the error rate of data entry right now using OCR, and is finding some substantial data entry error rates. That is going to necessarily require a potentially extensive QA/QC program, possibly focusing with EPA or possibly integrating state actors and industry and vendor actors. Where in the budget would that be, or is that, would EPA consider that to fall under eManifest system development or operating costs? And the reason I'm asking is since the operating, the O&M cost is, or the O&M budget is a very small or relatively small portion of EPA's cost and budget summary, that that necessary QA/QC effort could be very large, and if so, it could start to eat budget from something. And the question is, where would EPA be looking to lodge that, looking forward to budgeting forward, saying we may have to devote money to this? Where's that money going to come from? So I'm just wondering where EPA would see that coming out of or having to be developed from.
Yes, Josh, thank you. That cost pool for performing any QC would be from the marginal cost areas. So it wouldn't fall under O&M, and it wouldn't follow under the any of the software. This would be a marginal labor cost for processing a paper manifest.
Can I just clarify that this isn't paper manifest, though? My understanding was this was image upload and data, which we would expect to continue for quite a while in the future. Correct?
Well, this is for the manifest tracking numbers. This would not be. This would be a headquarters-led implementation where we would be the ones who would be performing the. We have a billing team, so it'd be a person on the billing team, and we would be looking at the sort of we would do this sort of to draw out this scenario. We would be doing this in production, and we'd be assessing the sort of sum total of mismatch manifests, like sort of drawing a line in the sand, and we'd say, okay, these are the numbers of manifests that have incorrect manifest tracking numbers, and we at headquarters, we have the ones with the keys who can change manifest tracking numbers. No one else can. So we would take the lead in sort of determining the size and scope of this manifest tracking number problem once we're done testing. We are still testing, and it's 5%. It seems pretty consistent, but that is sort of what we're looking at. And we would break down this. We would break down this project into chunks, and this would be in concert with looking at moving the OCR checks into production to prevent anything more coming in. So this is at a point where we understand that through testing, we can determine that there is a good possibility this is an issue, and this would be an incumbent headquarters level problem to resolve. We don't know what the exact level of effort would be. However, we do have someone who works very closely with the billing, and she would be the best person to develop a level of effort for this. But this could be I don't think we can get done with this in a week. I think it would be a sort of weeks or month-long effort to implement. That would, of course, cost money. So it's a long way of saying this could direct billing resources away from contacting sites to fix current bills to sort of developing a way to fix the manifest tracking numbers that mismatch.
Yeah,
Steve, this is Carolyn. I was wondering if we could just clarify some terminology here, because you mentioned doing QA/QC on paper manifests, and Joshua said, aren't paper manifests going away? So can you clarify, Steve, when you use the terminology paper manifests, do you mean just mailed paper manifests, which are going away, or do you use that terminology to mean a broader set of manifests?
I mean,
where I
a
was
broader
going, yeah.
sense, the broader set. So it's either if it's mailed, or if it's uploaded with just a scanned PDF, or if it's uploaded along with the data file, those are paper manifests. They do not have an ELC suffix. They were not created in the e-manifest system. They're only signed by one handler at the end. When they were uploaded, those are paper manifests.
Thank you for clarifying that, Steve. Joshua, did that answer your question?
Honestly, I need to ask either follow-up questions or a clarification of my original question. I'm not sure which, and doesn't matter. Thank you for asking, Carolyn. Steve, could you help me understand, you mentioned billing several times. Is EPA's either current practice or intention to backbill error correction costs to a user inputting data which is determined to be incorrect? So, and essentially not just the cost of fixing the data, but the cost of finding it as well. So essentially there'd be an accounting of, it took 2 hours to figure this particular one out, or 1 hour or whatever it was, and therefore we bill that time back to the person who input that data. Or when you say billing, you're just talking staff with the expertise that you can apply to this problem, and so that's why you're talking billing staff, but all the costs would come out of EPA's own budget.
It was the latter, not the former. Yes, we have an individual, Tammy. She is our billing lead, and she interfaces directly with industry when it comes to issues with bills, doing adjustments, and deleting manifests and moving manifests to the proper site. So yes, her time is billed to e-manifests. So it's bill and billing. So it gets a little snaky there, but this would be something that would be led by EPA headquarters to correct these manifest tracking numbers.
Headquarters meaning it's coming out of the e-manifest budget, or headquarters meaning
Yes.
It's coming out of somebody else's pot?
Headquarters, this is EPA, this is e-manifest M3 budget. So this would be someone on the e-manifest team doing it at headquarters.
Thank you.
All right, I think Jill had some additional questions. I'm not sure if you still did, Jill.
Thank you, Carolyn. No, I was able to answer them myself, hearing the information. Thank you.
Michael, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just have a question for Steve. So Steve, when a TSD, a receiving facility, goes to upload their e-manifest, file, right? And if they have unfound generator IDs, it comes back and it says you have to kind of override that. Isn't that how it works right now?
Correct.
Right. So to Josh's point about the and sort of the ongoing issue of QA/QC, and just sort of the automation, and you write it once and you just run it forever, kind of problem solving sort of method. Couldn't you have like some kind of a report that would, in a digest form, just give back to you the account holder all of the related manifests for their facility for a month or what have you? You could just automate it, just email it to them. They could read it or not. But what it would do is they could look at it and say, I should have 10 manifests. I've only got 7. Where are the rest? You know what I mean? And they can go fix it themselves, or begin on that journey to fixing it. And it might save, even if it just knocks 2% off the top, you're only left with 3. That's pretty good. You know what I mean?
That's something that we have a e-manifest data quality team through the regional implementation group. And one of the areas of focus that is going to be developed is the idea of a sort of receiving facility report card that would be developed and shared with receiving facilities based on any number of areas. And that is one of the areas that has been discussed.
Thanks.
All right, I think we can.
Joshua, is your hand back up again? Josh? Maybe not. We'll go to Tom Baker. See, Tom, you had a question?
Okay, yes, thank you. So,
Josh was on. Josh, you were muted. Did you intend to speak?
I apologize, Fred, and to everybody. I'm back to my bad habit of forgetting to lower my hand.
All right, to Tom then.
Yeah, I don't know if you covered it, Steve, in your presentation. I'm just trying to get a handle on this. There's a figure for the paper center marginal labor cost.
Yes.
It's used in the calculation, and it's about $17 million. Mm-hmm. Can you walk through how that number is derived? What is included in that number?
So what is included in that number is the estimation. So the marginal costs of the image push data, and the electronic manifests, and the marginal cost of processing those given the submission estimate totals from our fee formula. So for example, that we estimate that it's $10 to process an image manifest. So essentially, $10 times the if roughly 500,000 manifests would go into that category, as well as the $3.75 for image or the dollar. So it's essentially assuming that 17.6 million is an assumption that these are the costs for each manifest times how many times we expect that cost to be used over the course of the fee period cycle. So it's, I'll simply say $10 for an image manifest, and we expect over the 2-year cycle that we'll have 551,000 of them. So that's how that costs breaks down.
Okay. Is there any additional detail on that cost other than, I know there was an attachment to the white paper that had some calculations on it. Is there anything that you can share with us that breaks that cost down, how that math is working out?
Well, essentially what would bring the costs are contingent on, it's a labor hour cost. So it's not done with, it's a time and materials contract. So in the past it was a time and materials contract. Essentially, these are estimates for, to support a facility that would have a certain amount, to support an operation that would need to have X number of FTE, performing data entry over a certain period of time. This would be the cost breakdown for that. So it's based on labor categories.
So it's based on some fixed cost to run the paper processing center, and it includes a per unit processing charge or expense per manifest type?
Yes.
Again, do we have the breakdown of that cost? Which part is a fixed cost versus what is a per unit processing cost?
Well, for the fixed cost, we're estimating the fixed cost to be all the costs associated with not performing the data entry as roughly $6.6 million to maintain a facility, with the overhead costs for leasing, for computers, for heat, for security, all the costs associated with operating a paper processing center. So this is desks. These are the fixed costs, regardless of whether there's mail or not. There still needs to be a office where people go to report to do data entry.
Okay.
And management overhead, similar to any operation where there's the staff performing the actual work, then there's the management directing the work through program management, deputy program management, sort of records management leads, and then there's the individual staff that actually, the individual staff who performs the data entry is broken out into a different billing category. So this is part of the user fee rule, and this is the fee rule is clear that we need to account for costs associated with operating the paper center and costs associated with the actual data entry.
And then the last question regarding that is do we have, is that a multi-year contract with the group that runs that center for us? Do we have commitments going forward that are irrespective of the number of manifests coming through and being processed, some of the fixed costs? Or is it
right now we are in the last, we don't have a contract moving forward for the coming months. We're in the last few months of a 6-month extension to the current contract, and the Office of Acquisitions is leading the next round of leading this requirement. So this is not done at the program level. This is handled through the EPA Office of Acquisitions, and this is if the issue or questions could be addressed to EPA Acquisitions. There's a page, but this is not in the hands of the program. This is in the hands of the EPA Office of Mission Support. They handle the contract.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Steve.
Any other questions from the board before we move on with the presentation?
PCBs. Yeah, we want to talk about cloud hosting, the most exciting topic of them all. Yeah, so cloud hosting is our cloud hosting and the authority to operate are part of the electronic system O&M costs. I know this is a little bit of a come down from that last section, but okay, so we all we use infrastructure as a service, which means that we operate our cloud, and then as the system scales, as more people use the system, we have a scalable database, so more people can use it and it doesn't fall down. And then the other part of this is the cost associated with maintaining an authority to operate. So the authority to operate is necessary for any federal IT system, and it's a result of evaluating system security. It is a long and it is a very detail-oriented process where people look at all the data elements and fields in the system, and there's a lot of security controls, and these are the costs associated. So we need the ATO to keep the cloud up, and we need the cloud to keep the system going. So this is what our estimated cost is for these two areas. And we're at a couple terabytes of storage. Okay, so yeah, Chrome Air costs. So the Chrome Air costs. So anytime a manifest is Chrome Air signed, we need to send a copy, the Chrome Air copy of record, to the CDX Central Data Exchange, the EPA Central Data Exchange Archive, CDX Archive. And these are the costs associated with implementing those electronic signatures. Anytime a user creates an account, anytime a user does identity proofing, a copy of record solutions. And you may remember well from our past meetings, learning all about Chrome Air and 40 CFR Part 3. To put it in simple terms, so anytime a manifest is Chrome Air signed, we keep a copy in our system. However, we have to send a copy to the CDX archive, and to do that, we have to pay a toll, and then we have to pay a storage fee. It's like long-term parking. So these are our estimated storage fees. Okay, help desk. So this is for our continued level of support for our help desk, which is currently focused on providing phone and email assistance to industry users. This is general user registration, account password resets, and minimal help with helping users search for sites. Nothing too in-depth to into the manifest process. So this is us assuming the help desk, which we really appreciate, we really like, continues on in steady state for the next 2 years. All right, so EPA program costs. So these are costs incurred by the EPA after system activation in the following areas. So we have salary, which is OCFO, financial management. This is OLM, eManifest non-IT. And then we have OLM, eManifest IT, or if you'd like to look at it differently, non-IT and IT. We have travel. We have our general expenses and working capital fund. We have advisory board contracts, and we have rulemaking and information collection request work. Next slide, please. Okay, so salary. So these are duties directly related to duties performed by federal civilian employees, military personnel, or non-federal personnel. This includes EPA full-time equivalents and advisory board special government employees or regular government employees. So our total estimate for the 2-year period is $4 million. And we estimate roughly 13 FTE to support the program from 2 EPA offices. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer, they specialize in accounting, payroll, auditing, and customer services for e-manifests, payment confirmation, resolution, reconciliation. They handle the intergovernmental payments. Federal facilities are not allowed to pay through the e-manifest system, through the CDX widget. They need to set up an interagency transfer, and those payments come in different, and they handle those. And then in the Office of Land Emergency Management here in ORCR, we design the system in development, we manage the program, we IT security, policy, communications, implementation, and of course the advisory board. Next slide. So cost. So for the next 2 years, we estimate roughly $46,000 of program costs. Now, these aren't fixed costs. We don't have to spend the $46,000 or we'll lose it. This is just estimates that we feel could allow the us to host in-person board meetings, should that ever come, given the vaccination schedule. And also we would pay for those associated member travel costs. And this also allows EPA, eManifest, FTE to go to industry and state conferences to present and do trainings on eManifest. All right, working capital fund. This is working capital fund is it's a funding mechanism that is it's a cost pool for relatively high demand exists for these services, but they exist for these services within an agency. However, the administrative capacity for each individual person demanding these services is the administrative burden and cost would be too great. So this all goes into the working capital fund. And what the working capital fund is, these are costs for the program that include computers, meeting materials, our agency help desk, our EPA help desk for desktop solutions. This includes our software licenses for Microsoft Word, mobile devices, the general business of being a part of an agency. Every office, every program contributes to the working capital fund, and this is part of the EPA's contribution. Okay, so advisory board contracts. So these are the costs associated with doing one of these. This is the logistical technical support for the advisory board public meetings based on one in-person meeting per year. This would allow us to have an in-person meeting at a hotel. We would be able to print materials. We'd be able to have transcription, posting, all the administrative and logistical moving parts of an advisory board meeting would be part of this cost area. Mark your calendars down for 2023. We'll probably be hosting one of these about the fees in that period of time. Okay, EPA program costs, rulemaking and information collection requests. So these are costs associated with doing economic analysis and and support for the e-manifest upcoming third rulemaking, as well as any modifications to the EPA forms based on that rulemaking, which would need to go through the information collection request process, which requires a very deep dive into the burden hours associated with using the system versus using the paper, and a very deep comparison. Okay, so here is our program cost summary. Okay, so for the total period, we're looking at $4.7 to $5 million in program costs. So this is for non-IT salary, it's for IT salary, general expenses, working capital fund, FACA contracts, and other contracts. And just note that whether or not, yes, if we are not going to be, we're not going to be forced to do $23,000 worth of travel per year. If it's looking like we're another year of the pandemic, travel money could be used for additional work on IT development contracts or additional contract areas, maybe printing for communications development. We can move things around, or we could simply not spend that money and use that as a sort of contribute to an over collection that would be used to forward fund the next fee cycle. All right, so paper processing, O&M costs. So as I said earlier, these are the costs associated with operating the processing center, other than the labor costs of entering the data. Management overhead, this is computers, their internet connection, their security, their heat, key cards, everything that is used on a contract to operate a facility is included here in this, including their non-direct labor and materials. Did anyone have any questions on the previous section about it?
I was just going to ask that exact same question before we move on to the next category of information. Any board members have any questions about this? Jill?
Any questions? Working capital fund? Anyone wants to know?
No, so fun, right? Jill Mashak, I am going back to slide that you had the Cromer information on. You have to help me figure this out. Okay, I believe, was it slide 59? Couple of comments on it. The numbers that you have right there do not come up with that same total. So I'm questioning if that's correct or what's in the white paper. This comes up to 556,482, if I did my math correct. Now the white.
You did.
Okay. So is this correct, or is the white paper correct?
Well, they're both estimates. We don't have those. These are back charged. However, what's in the white paper is.
What I'm saying is the white paper on page 18 has 264,992. So they're two different charges. So is the 264 correct? Because a prior comment it alluded to maybe the white paper wasn't correct because it was cut off maybe in December, and the presentation may have the current information. So the reason I bring that up is the white paper makes a comment. It talks about the primary drivers, and then with the implementation of the new signature workflow, which is non-Cromer, EPA does not anticipate an impact to these costs. So I suspect that 2022 and 2023 are indeed should be the same.
No, this was what happened. I know exactly what happened. So yes, so 2023 in the white paper is 278, 241, and 2022 should be 264,992. That should.
Okay, so the white paper indeed was correct.
Yes.
Okay, and then I do think that they equate then to 543,233 and not 541. It's just a small.
We're both wrong. The
Okay.
white paper is correct. This was
Okay. So
a rare misstep from Steve.
So, okay, thank you. So with that, is it anticipated that that charge would not change because the end facility, I mean, you still have a Cromer signed manifest at the end facility would sign?
Yes.
So therefore, since that part of the quick signature workflow isn't changing, that is why the cost would remain the same?
Yeah, essentially, we used our past costs on this, and to be, this probably came up in our practice session, but yes, the costs really aren't going to change much because we have a good baseline because we really weren't getting any electronic manifests. We weren't getting those generator and transporter signatures prior to 22, 23. And now that they're not required to be Cromer, that policy decision has been set in stone. It was essentially, it was not much of a cost savings. It's like me saving $1,000 a month not having a hot tub. I don't have a hot tub, so it's like, well, I'm saving $1,000. It's yeah, there was no need to sort of do any considerations on removing those two signatures because it was such a negligible amount when it came to the copies of record.
And then secondly, and maybe I missed this, I know you talked about it, but on slide 67, where you were talking about the rulemaking and ICR contracts, why such a cost difference between 22 and 23? And I'm sorry if I missed
so that. This is, although they're very similar contracts, we envision them to being two separate task orders. And the rulemaking contract, we anticipate that would be the $100,000. That would be the larger tranche. And then the second year of the fee cycle, we would only need to add minimal money to continue the work. So it's not, the rulemaking and ICR are similar in areas, but they're two discrete assignments. And one's a lot bigger and the other is a lot smaller, but they all pertain to economic analysis of the system.
That answers that question.
Okay, any other questions before we move on with the presentation? We have 30 minutes left before our scheduled break, and unlike this morning, I will try to actually call our break at 3 o'clock. So let's see how much more we can get through before our 3 o'clock break. All right.
Okay, so I got 2 more slides and then I can go drink some throat coat tea. Just kidding, no, I'm good. I'm good to go. We got paper processing center and marginal labor costs. We can go to the next slide. So the marginal labor costs are the costs incurred by staff operating the paper process center to do the data entry, the QA, scanning, copying, or other clerical functions to process the data from the manifest system submissions into the system. There is no PPC contract secured for after late 21. The agency has developed estimates on the marginal labor costs based on the previous fee cycle and in coordination with the EPA Office of Mission Support, our contracting office. These are our estimates. So the marginal labor cost per image manifest will be $10, we're estimating. The data plus image will be $3.75, and the electronic will be $1. And I'm going to pass it over to David Graham, who's going to discuss the data quality issues on paper manifests and the impacts it may have to our marginal cost estimates and the program writ large.
All right, thanks, Steve. So data quality issues, an exciting section. Significant factor impacting the marginal cost and manifest is the time spent by the PPC to resolve these data quality issues. So this involves paper manifest, and by paper manifest, we do mean data plus image, image only upload, as well as the mail for the next 6 months at least. Again, all three types of those manifests, we've observed these issues. The following slides provides a brief list of common paper manifest DQ issues. Right, so this list primarily reflects kind of a high-level overview of what we're seeing at HQ. However, this has also been corroborated by users at all different levels, right? So industry users, state users, and of course EPA regional, and of course HQ as well. So this is just kind of a brief list, and we're aware that there's additional errors, right? This isn't comprehensive. But these are the errors that we kind of believe are hindering or act as roadblocks to achieve the priorities that we talked about earlier, as well as data quality issues that kind of hinder our ability to perform our regulatory obligations, I guess, maybe the term I'd use. So next slide, please. So the first one, data quality image upload manifest. So currently the SOP for the manifest submitted as image only upload includes a preliminary data quality or just quality control, right? To make sure that the stuff that the PPC is entering into the manifest database is correct, so to speak, right? So this includes things like the manifest tracking number on the PDF matches to what's being uploaded by the receiving facility. The receiving facility ID on the PDF corresponds to the one that's uploading the PDF, right? And so this EPA estimates that about 10% of image-only manifests present errors that require corrections before they can be submitted completely to the eManifest system, right? However, by extension, this isn't just isolated to image-only manifest, right? There's also significant errors in the mailed manifest that prevent them from being entered in the eManifest system. Also, maybe worth noting on that slide is that currently within the past years, the paper processing center does not QA data plus image, right? So that's currently not in there. But next slide, please. The second data quality issue we're going to talk about is invalid generator IDs, right? These are manifests where the generator actually had a valid EPA ID, but did not use it on the manifest, right? So going down to this image below, you see NHD 99999, et cetera, 8. So this facility actually had a valid EPA ID and instead chose to write in this kind of a bogus number at the moment. It also generators that generated sufficient volumes of Ricker hazardous waste to be trigger status as a large or small quantity generator, but did not use a valid ID, right, or don't have one. And we estimate that approximately 3.5 data plus image uploads have an invalid ID. Next slide, please. Invalid paper manifest. So if you're part of our listserv, you would have received an update about an instance that we had within the past month of invalid paper manifest. So these occur when handlers use paper manifests that were not printed by an EPA registered printer. Either they decide that, you know what, why am I paying for these paper manifests? I can just print one myself, which of course causes problems when they try to upload it into the system and that manifest tracking number is already in the system. Or it could be more widespread where we have an unauthorized printer. So next slide, please. So just this past year, between the time it took, between the white paper and this presentation, we actually had an instance where there were about 6,500 paper manifests that were printed by an unapproved unapproved printer, which of course caused significant headache and will probably continue to cause headache for quite some time, right? So obviously this creates a real problem, right? It's not just, of course, this is just isolated to paper manifest, right? We don't see this kind of error in electronic manifest. All right, next slide, please. So this might be a hot topic, but the data and image mismatch, right? So preliminary results from the optical character recognition test suggest that conservatively about 5% of the manifest tracking numbers in the PDF do not match the manifest tracking numbers submitted to us in the data file. These tests were targeted or simply use data plus image uploads for the moment. And again, this is relatively a conservative number, but this was also a preliminary test. So the possibility of there being false positives within those numbers is, again, possible. However, these are conservative numbers, and the only way to really go through it is to verify all these by hand, which of course is a very intensive process. So that's why we're using this 5% number. Like Steve said earlier, this is the number that we're comfortable or we're confident making public. And of course, just as an image example, here you can see one that it looks like the manifest tracking number was kind of just mistyped into the system, which will cause someone headaches when they try to upload the correct, when they try to upload that manifest tracking number later on. I believe that is it for data plus image mismatch. I'm sorry, data quality issues. Apologize, I kind of sped through that, Steve. I'm gonna hand it back over to you.
All right, so we can go on to slide 78.
Yeah, before we go on, let's just see if we have any questions.
You're not done yet, David.
Oh, sorry, I got one more. That's my bad. Can we go back to slide 78, correct? Yes. Last two data quality issues. I apologize for that. Boxes 10, 11, and 12, the waste volume, this is on the manifest, includes container information, total quantity, and unit weight and volume respectively. These are issues when left blank and then submitted to the paper processing center create problematic, or they're problematic when trying to determine the status, right? When they're being submitted to the eManifest system, right? And it's this can present challenges for future eManifest and PR integration, right? The last thing is data quality, typographical, and clerical errors. This is kind of a catch-all for instances where somebody accidentally enters that wrong information, hits the wrong key, or it can be done by the paper processing center or the receiving facility. Of course, it is to err is human, I guess. So with 4.7 million manifests, there's bound to be some clerical errors, right? We also, what was I going to say about PCB manifest?
So yes, the PCB information, we've shared this on webinars, and we've got a lot of information on the FAQs, but yes, the PCB, the manifests, these manifests are being submitted without the waste information. So the PCB regs require, sort of in brief, a really high level look at it, is if there is a PCB waste on the manifest, it needs a unique identifier along with it. So multiple PCB lines need multiple unique identifiers. There's a lot of good information on the web, and especially we've been able to bring in a lot of the information on the state regulated PCB waste, as well as on how to fill those out. But we do know that PCB wastes are they're a tricky item to manifest. They are not Ricker wastes. They're, well, they could be sometimes, but they're Tosca. There is a lot of information out there. We've also sort of, just to scroll back in your mind, I'm not going to do it in the presentation, but one of the enhancements we have is the ability to copy information from different PCB lines to fill that out a lot easier and faster. And then we have some, we do have some PCB work in the backlog for the next cycle as well.
So we have a couple questions. If you guys are ready to take questions, I think Tom had his hand up first.
Yeah, thank you, Tom Baker. So, David, just trying to understand, there was one slide that spoke to the validation of the manifest tracking numbers for an image manifest. And I guess I'm not clear on what we're validating on an image manifest when all we have is a piece of paper. essentially that's been PDF'd. So how are we validating a manifest tracking number in that situation?
Well, you're talking about instances where an image-only manifest is submitted to the PPC, right?
Correct, yeah.
So in those instances, the TSDF, I believe, also has to submit which MTN they're submitting to the system, right? So it's not just scanned and just sent along just like that, right? So we have to make sure that the manifest tracking number in the PDF of that image-only manifest matches what they say they're submitting.
So with that upload, they're identifying it as a particular manifest by a manifest tracking number.
However, they're submitting a different one, right? So.
Yeah, so they'll pull it up in the queue and they'll see the manifest tracking number on the PDF and they'll see what the TSDF uploaded. And then they'll go down to box 8 to see, okay, that's the TSDF identification box. So they'll make sure 2 things. So number 1, the manifest tracking numbers match. And number 2, the site uploaded it is the site that is listed as the, in case of a traditional manifest, not a rejection or anything like that. But in the majority case where it's the TSDF, it's not a rejection or anything like that, just to make sure that the box 8 where the TSDF ID matches the TSDF ID that uploaded.
Okay. Okay, thanks for clarifying. And then just one last question. We would talk about the error rates, 3.5% on data plus image and then 5% have maybe incorrect manifest tracking numbers that you mentioned. I know it's a new program, but do we have any data that we're collecting yet that correlates the errors back to the submitters? So for example, submitters may submit 100 manifests in a year. One may submit 100,000 manifests in a year. Are we at the point yet with our data analysis that we can look at the frequency of error rates per submitter?
I would say, Steve, if you want to take that one forward.
Yeah, that's an on. We are not at that point yet. That's one of the areas of discussion with within the EPA regions is developing a almost sort of a basic data quality scorecard to share with the TSDFs about certain it'll be an iterative process, but one of the ideas we're batting around is these are the errors that we identified. For example, you uploaded looking at all these federally hazardous waste manifests and the quantities, there's no generator ID. We should look to get your generator registered and get IDs on these manifests and work through from that.
Okay. So a future enhancement in how we manage the data, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Tom. I think Terry was next.
Thank you. One of the things I just wanted to add that I know I've seen for Arizona is errors when it comes to the actual record codes that are listed. We've actually seen an increase in what's coming through as being what's listed generators, and turns out it was just a misinterpretation or a misreporting of F006 to be a P006. And so obviously that's huge on potentially shoving some folks all the way up into LPG status. So that's something that we've seen on our side. In addition, errors with I think conversion rates, whether it be from tons to pounds, and some of the validation there. The one thing that I did have a question on is you mentioned or showed the image of the illegal printer. What's EPA's procedure as far as like notifying, receiving facilities that, be on a lookout for this? I mean, how are you guys trying to mitigate some of that?
So I think this is a first for us. First time this is, or at least it's the first time that we've noticed it with the manifest system, right? So something that we've kind of thought is this may have actually been happening before the manifest system even launched. It's just this is the first time we're noticing it. So currently we're performing direct outreach, right? And fortunately in this instance, it was relatively contained. So we're able to communicate with those receiving facilities directly, right? We're just able to handle it in a small, confined way, this time at least.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering if there's a way of like putting out the word, be on the lookout. Because obviously the FLE is a very common used printer. So that was interesting to see that. The other thing is, I know other states, Arizona, we have in our rules that there's actually fees assessed for having to reprocess a manifest. Is EPA considered looking at a structure similar to that, where you're getting these error rates and it's causing rework and focusing those costs into the cause factor of that?
The rule in the user fee rule, we discussed the possibility of charging for corrections, but ultimately decided against that, fearing that it would have a perverse incentive of encouraging people to not make corrections to their manifest. So there is no cost associated with making a correction to the manifest post receipt. So the submission of the EPA, the submission of the manifest to the EPA is the billing event. So there is no surcharge for corrections or additional work need to be done on the manifest post submission. However, what we're seeing with some of the data quality issues is that a lot of these costs are going to be program costs. They'll be amortized and spread over 2-year periods for data quality issues or manifest tracking number issues. That was the intention of the rulemaking, was to say we want people to make corrections.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks, Terry. Josh?
Thank you, Carolyn. And Steve and David, a couple follow-up questions. Jumping back to slide 73, could you clarify, this slide discusses image upload. Is this just, was your discussion here just looking at image only uploads, or is this also including image plus data?
So currently, this is simply talking about image upload manifest as well as mail manifest. However, I don't know, Steve, if you want to jump in this and talk about future.
Yeah, so this is for the cost as is with the that are part of the so those marginal costs for the manifest for the image manifest. So the manifest tracking number, all this is part of the image upload. So that data plus image QA process would be a different workflow than that.
Thank you. Looking at the next slide, 74, this slide uses an example just for illustration of a very likely non-existent ID number. Just as a regulator, I frankly would look at that number and say, well, theoretically, it's possible that this number exists, but it's pretty unlikely because New Hampshire probably hasn't issued that number. As a state regulator with a long experience of reviewing manifests, Minnesota was one of the states collecting manifests and entering them into a state database before the launch of eManifest. A far, far more prevalent issue and much more insidious and frankly much more time consuming and expensive to resolve, but just as damaging to the data quality, was sites using a valid ID but the wrong ID. And so my question, I know Fred, you're listening very carefully to make sure that I'm framing this in the form of a question, is you're estimating 3.5% error rate. Is that just non-existent or clearly obviously wrong IDs, or is that a careful linking up, for instance, of the printed or stated ID or entered ID and the site address and or the generator name? Because, for instance, in my state, very, very common to find a generator that's moved continues to use their old ID number, even if another business has taken over their old site and has also been reissued that number. You now have two completely different sites using the same number, but the number is valid. It's just not valid for one of those sites. Same thing can happen. A new business takes over a site and just continues to use the number that the previous business did, even though it hasn't been reissued to them, and it shows up as the old business in various databases. So is that 3.5 number just obvious, non-existent, wrong, incorrect format IDs, or is that a very inclusive, careful auditing of all the possibilities there?
So I could take this, Josh. So essentially, this is part and parcel with our regions and states identifying issues. But the genesis of this is we're looking at the site, the site location that has to be on the manifest, that's being uploaded. However, that site location does have an EPA ID number associated with it, but there's an active EPA ID, but there's no EPA ID going alongside that manifest, either with the initial upload or through requests from the states. A lot of states reach out to the receiving facilities to make these corrections, but they don't happen. So there's a lot of points where there is a valid ID with the manifest, but it's just not being uploaded in the data, and that's making the sort of the back end management of state manifest programs, as well as sort of generator participation, tricky, because the RCRA info and eManifest, we understand that there's mailing, their site has a mailing address, has a location address, but the real way to find a site is with that site ID. So we have the site ID, but those locations, it could be because in the system has the location as 123 North Main Street, and North is spelled out, but the industry uploads 123 N period Main Street, and they can just click no ID and just move the manifest through that. So I
apologize, I'm still unclear.
Okay. So so initially, when a manifest, if you're going to do a data plus image manifest, there needs to be you have to put the generator address information. You don't need to put the generator ID, but you have to put the site location information. A lot of times the site location has a valid EPA ID associated with it. However, in the sort of this is where we go back earlier to like the push and pull. So there is a valid ID associated with that address. However, if they're just pushing up information, they don't need to stop. The uploading facility doesn't need to stop and see if there is anything located at that site. So they can just put up no ID or Texas CSQG or Minnesota CSQG and put that valid site location information, but not assign it to an EPA ID.
So I apologize, I'm maybe losing myself here. So looking at what EPA has reviewed, and my other question is this number, this 3.5%, it's an estimate obviously, but is that number coming from what the system is currently kicking out, or is that looking at a representative sample and saying, hey, we sampled 50,000 manifests and of those 3.5% had this, or is this the system's kicking out currently 3.5% of what people try to upload, and these are the red flags that are being raised?
Well, there's been several ways we've been looking at this. We've been looking at this at the national level, and we're seeing similar results to what people had. We have a group in Region 2 who did a deeper look at their regional the manifest usage in EPA Region 2, which is New York and New Jersey and Puerto Rico. They've been taking a look at their manifest data, and they're finding a similar error rate as this, where there is a valid, and this is also on the state level, we're hearing this. Some states say more, some states say less, but whomever we're talking to, and when we do sort of pull the national level picture, we are seeing that there is a good amount of manifests associated with a EPA with a generator that have a, they have the street name and number where the site is, but there's not an EPA ID going up there with it.
Okay, so I think I'm going to try and restate this. So it sounds like you're clarifying that if there's a valid ID associated with a manifest, and Record Info says yes, this ID exists. The numbers are correct. It has 12 valid characters, and it is associated with a real generator. That is sufficient, and that would clear this hurdle and would not show up as an error, even if a human looked at that manifest and said, "Wait a second, the generator's name is ABC Corporation, and I happen to know that they moved across town, and XYZ, I think, is now at this current location and is improperly masquerading as this other company." But that would clear this error. That would not show up as an error here, it sounds like, in these numbers.
Well,
because that's a valid ID.
Yeah, that's sort of two things. So yeah, so the majority of our manifests are coming in through the services system to system. So we're working on implementing the search function for allowing a site to sort of search on a partial to pull down an EPA ID. So we also have to remember that EPA does need to, it's in the statute, and that we need to accept state hazardous waste. A lot of the state hazardous waste generators do not have EPA IDs, and we have to understand that we get 1.5 million manifests per year that are federal hazardous waste, but the RIA was imagining another 5 to 7 billion of the state hazardous waste manifests with state hazardous waste generators. So we do have to have a system that is able to readily accept manifests from waste that for many good reasons don't have an EPA ID. However, what we're trying to sort of tease out and discuss is that there is a problem when we see that the manifests that don't have that aren't listed on manifests that are submitting California hazardous waste or Texas hazardous waste or anything like that, they're federal hazardous waste. They don't have a generator ID. These are coming in quantities larger than you would expect something with an EPA ID to have that waste associated. So it's not an issue of the system is ready to accept generators that for good reasons don't have or require an EPA ID. However, it's for the manifests that probably do require an EPA ID that aren't being sent up with the EPA ID number, and it's requiring additional burden on the state users as well as generators to find those manifests. A needle in a haystack.
Josh, this is Carolyn. I think you might be asking a more precise question than what we're answering for you. So
yeah, let me respond to that real quick, Carolyn, if it's okay. Stephen, I want to be very clear. I'm not intending in any way here to challenge EPA or suggest that an approach is false, wrong, incorrect, going down the wrong road. This particular question, I'm just trying to understand what that 3.5% means and what that number represents when compared to other numbers, so that going forward, I can say, okay, is this an acceptable number in this circumstance, or are we looking at other circumstances with different numbers? So I thank you for your response on that. Let's call that one closed. If it's okay with you, Carolyn, I have a few other questions that are different questions, but I also don't want to trump on anybody else that wants to speak at this point or ask questions.
I don't see anybody else's hand up right now. Michael, your hand is up. Okay, so we'll go to Michael.
Sure, maybe it's a quick question. Steve, would you say that the 3.5% is largely paper, or can you sort of speciate that down to, like, where's your biggest source of errors? And when the paper goes away, do you expect that this will just sort of, or the paper being shipped to you in any case, do you expect that error percentage will drop, or any information you have on that? Oh,
this is, thank you for the question. Yeah, so that was a good catch. But paper's not going away, mail's going away. So this is primarily the data plus image manifest, which is the primary source of our manifest. So when the image manifest goes through the queue, they do searches on the generator ID to make sure that, they look at the location ID, they do comparisons. This is primarily data plus image.
So again, Michael, I think we mentioned this earlier, but just to make sure EPA is being clear in its terminology, I think when EPA says paper, they don't mean just mailed paper. I think they mean paper, mailed, image only, and data plus image all fit the terminology paper when you hear EPA use that term, just to be clear.
Anything that's not a straight data stream?
Anything that's not fully electronic, that originated on a piece of paper.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Just to make sure everyone understands what EPA means when they say the term paper.
This is what caused a big fight at Thanksgiving at my house this year.
All right, Michael, did we answer your question? Okay, Josh, I think Josh had another question.
Fantastic. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Carolyn. Stephen, your response on the various states, and I honestly don't envy you. I have devoted many years to trying to get my hands around and understanding and helping to implement one state's program. You're dealing with 48. I do not envy your task, and I applaud what you've been able to do. That being said, there are states, such as the one I'm in, where all generators are required to have a 12-character identification number assigned either by EPA or the state. Does the e-manifest system currently, and I apologize for my ignorance, I should know the answer to this already, does the e-manifest system already, either in the data entry path or even in the e-manifest, fully e-manifest path, have a state lookup table where the system will recognize and not accept IDs or generic IDs, i.e. Minnesota VESQG, something like that, from states that don't allow it? Or currently, if a vendor in Texas who's not familiar with Minnesota requirements gets a call from Minnesota Generator and says, yeah, we'll pick that up, and here's your manifest, and it's MN VESQG something, would the system currently accept that?
Yes, the system will currently accept that. We do have lookup tables for the different states for their LQGs and their SQGs and their TSDFs, transporters. There are lookup tables. However, the e-manifest system, nothing will stop a manifest. So if someone needs to ship something from Texas to Minnesota that shouldn't be done, you'll be able to read about it in the next day's e-manifest.
I understand the statutory prescription against hindering a shipment, but on the backside, at least the paper manifests, and yes, I'm including both currently mailed, but also image and data and just image alone. These manifests are being submitted to EPA subsequent to the shipment. So the shipment's already done. We certainly aren't going to be hindering the shipment because it's already there. So it sounds like currently the system is kind of wide open for whatever somebody enters, as long as they tell the system that it's a valid ID, such as saying, nope, I'm going to go ahead because the site doesn't have an ID number, so I'm going to click does not have ID number. The system will accept it currently. And again, not challenging EPA or saying that's right or wrong. I just want to be clear on what the system currently, what its capacity is.
Yeah, we have heard of we have heard from time and time again, some compliance monitoring inside of the e-manifest system. That would be something that would be a future state project.
Okay, thank you. Carol and Fred, if it's okay. Stephen, I have one or two more. There was such a long presentation by David with a lot of information that I didn't want to interrupt him in the middle. Looking at the situation where David was talking about where you may have a site that almost certainly is an SQG or LQG just based on the volumes or based on other things, but the ID number entered by the vendor into the system, either again on a paper manifest or potentially in a fully e-manifest, says that they're a VSQG and doesn't have an ID number. It sounds like EPA is part of either your current error correction trial or your current SOPs. It sounded like that's what I heard. And before I go further, I just want to verify that essentially yes or no, and then I have a follow-on question from that depending on the answer.
I apologize. So my kids just got off of online school. There's a bit of a commotion. So could you please repeat the question?
I apologize.
They're proud.
That's a hard situation. Question was, it sounded like David said that either in EPA's trial, experimental QA/QC, looking at sites that just based on waste volume or other parameters that are readily available to EPA would clearly appear to be SQG or LQGs, but are presented by having an ID number that's not a standard ID number as VSQGs, that currently EPA is either looking at that and trying to kick those out as a trial or as part of your standard SOP. It seems like David said your standard SOP, but I may have misheard that. Is that something that EPA currently is either looking at experimentally or in process, or is that a future potential thing like others you had alluded to just a minute ago?
This is something that we are just like the Agile. We're starting small, so we are sort of getting our heads around. Seeing, we do feel that we're working with our regions and states on just some sort of a small subset of that sample, and we're doing some direct implementation, and we're going to see how that goes and see, does this improve the sort of the errors we're seeing. We're not at the point where we're ready to say this is going to be a full-blown program priority, but it is something we are currently working on in a very, very focused and small manner.
Thank you for that clarification. One of the things I bring to this table, in addition to the Hazway side, is Minnesota is a state inspection state for PCBs, which means I look at quite a large number of PCB manifests alongside the Hazways manifests, and I'm not sure how familiar the Ricker side of the house is with the PCB manifests. Obviously, it's its own little kettle of fish, but an almost exactly analogous problem, and even more common, I would say far more common actually, on the PCB side, are sites that are required to, PCB generator sites who are required to have under the TSCA regulations a valid EPA ID number assigned either by EPA or the resident state, and to use that number when shipping PCBs on the manifest, but instead default to the 40 CFR Part 761 ID statement or number or word, because the sites are either misreporting or are in violation, not understanding what their requirements are. Has EPA, one, is EPA aware of that? And two, is EPA even potentially considering applying that same approach from the, hey, this place sure looks like an SQG or LQG based on their volumes, based on what's on this manifest, to the PCB side of the house, where again, my observation would be this is actually a far more prevalent problem where sites are not using the correct ID number that they're supposed to based on the information on the manifest. Quite a bit of the time that can be deduced by what's on the manifest itself. Is EPA even considering that, or is aware of it effectively?
Yeah, so EPA is, Amanda Kohler, the permits branch chief, works a lot on PCBs as well as this entire program. And we are aware of a lot of the issues when it comes to PCB reporting in the manifest, especially when it comes to assigning IDs. We have some FAQs out there. However, that's like you were saying, that is a large kettle of fish, and we do understand this is a concern, and this is one of those areas, the PCB manifest, that the data quality working group led by David Graham and staffed by regions, and we have meetings every 2 weeks. This is one of the areas that we have on our list to discuss on, identifying, sort of workshopping, triage solutions, and implementing something.
Yeah, and I'll add that, I think one of the communication issues that we seek to improve is just updating the 40 CFR 761 manifest regs. They were never updated to reflect e-manifest. So that's actually part of our third e-manifest rule. And I think that it's mentioned in the reg agenda already.
This is not a question, Amanda, but I personally would say thank you. That's great news. I thank both of you for your patience, Fred, Carolyn, and everybody else. I've been kind of hogging the line here. I have one final kind of wrap-up question, and it's a big picture question. In the engineering world, reliability is often a factor, and cost is often a factor. If you want something that's 90% reliable, it's probably pretty cheap to build. If you want something that's 99% reliable, it's more expensive. If you want something that's 99.9, it's extremely expensive. If you want 99.99, you can't afford it. As the reliability rate, and here the exact analogy is the error rate, is pursued, the cost for each additional improvement often goes up exponentially or at some power function. Has EPA considered, does it have a discussion, or is it instead looking to this board to provide comment on what an acceptable e-manifest error rate is? Is that something that EPA has internally discussed, or is it inviting commentary on? Because the difference in cost, and I've heard a lot of references to marginal cost, that, well, error correction and QA/QC is a marginal cost. The size of that cost and how much of a margin it is and whether it starts to eat the budget may depend in part to a great extent on how accurate we are all comfortable with. And I'm just wondering what EPA has, if EPA has a number, or if it's kind of wide open at this point. Thank you.
I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are interested to hear the board's comments. What is an acceptable level of what is the margin of error for an e-manifest system? And we are here to listen. This is right now we're the best e-manifest system the country's ever seen, but that's just because we're the only one. So what is an acceptable level of resources and priorities focused on, say, data quality and improving the data quality looking backwards, or improving data quality coming in versus, vis-a-vis implementing more electronic manifesting and more user registration. That's the sort of that's the tug of this discussion. We look forward to hearing.
Well, maybe with that good thought-provoking question is perhaps a good time for us to take a break. We were supposed to take a break at 3. We're a few minutes late for our break. We were scheduled for a 15-minute break. So Fred, if it's okay with you, should we take a 15-minute or maybe 16-minute break and come back at 3:30?
Yes, that'll be just perfect. Yeah, 3:30.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
right, so it's 3:30. Fred, are you ready for us to restart?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we're ready.
Excellent. Then we are on slide 79, and EPA will continue the presentation starting on line 79, slide 79.
All right, yeah, fantastic. So, yeah, so we are on slide 79. All right, so we are here. All right, so this is the a brief upload of the summary of the work associated with the image upload manifest. So before uploading the manifest, the receiving facility or submitting facility will enter the manifest tracking number, list their submitting facility role, and attach a PDF file. They also have the option of adding the generator ID. However, the requirement for this is simply to enter the manifest tracking number and list how they are on the manifest. Then once uploaded, the image becomes available to the paper processing center. However, the data is not always there, and the data is not available to the state and regulatory users until after it has been keyed in using sort of a three-step process. So the first step is the data from the manifest is entered. It's in a status called data entry. So the user will key in the data, key in the generator, the transporter information, any relevant information to the manifest in box 14, all the good stuff, discrepancy, everything on the manifest will get keyed in. And then once that stage is gone through, it will go to the quality control phase where any issues with the manifest will be resolved. So if there is an issue with a missing transporter ID, if there's issues with missing management method codes or other, at the quality control phase, this will be resolved. In the quality assurance phase, we'll go through to ensure that the manifest, all the validation checks are correct. This reflects what is on the paper manifest, and it will meet the business requirements to be submitted to the e-manifest system, the data made available to the generators listed on the manifest, the transporter, the receiving facility, and also the state and regulatory users. And we estimate the marginal cost per image upload manifest is $10. Okay, we can go to the next slide. All right, this is the data plus image upload manifest. So to this date, the paper processing center has focused the QA on mail, paper, and image upload. So as we've stated earlier, the results from OCR tests indicate that roughly 5% of the manifest tracking numbers in the field don't match to PDF. And from working alongside the paper processing centers, the states, we have talked about common errors we've seen on manifests for the image upload, and we are also seeing those in selected samples of the data plus image upload manifest. This includes errors such as the box 10, 11, and 12, the missing PCB information, transporters, a host of the issues where the data submitted from the e-manifest does not match exactly, or data submitted to the EPA matches a different manifest. So the manifest tracking number may be correct. However, the data uploaded to that manifest is not relevant to the scanned image upload. And we understand that data plus image upload constitutes 85% of all submissions. However, given the error rate in submissions, we estimate that the marginal cost of processing and doing a QA of those data plus image manifests would be $3.50. And electronic manifests. So the marginal costs associated with electronic manifests are related to registering users for the e-manifest system, as well as performing data entry on electronic manifests that can't be completed due to a system outage. This is in our USFE regulation. There was consideration given to the fact that a manifest starts out and is signed by the generator electronically. However, there's a system outage or a power outage and the transporter can't sign. However, that manifest is started electronic, but because of the system outage. It can't be completed electronically. So those manifests would be converted. Those manifests would be sent to the processing center. They'd be keyed in, and the receiving facility would be charged the electronic rate. However, it would be a paper manifest. To date, this has not happened. And the estimated cost for electronic type manifests would be $1. We don't anticipate much marginal costs associated with that. Okay, so moving to the other fun cost area, so system setup costs. So system setup costs are the $17.5 million paid back over 5 years. This payback began when the system launched in FY 2018 and continues through the first year of this system, of this upcoming fee cycle. So from 18 to 19, we paid back $7 million and we had $10.5 million remaining. In 20 and 21, we paid back $7 million and we have $3.5 million remaining. So this cost will be paid back, $3.5 million will be paid back over this 2-year fee cycle, and there will be 0 remaining. So upcoming fee cycles will not include this cost area. All right, and then indirect costs. So these are costs not captured as marginal system setup or O&M costs, but they are necessary to include because of their enabling and supporting nature to ensure full cost recovery. So this is overhead, maintenance, utilities, rents, buildings, equipment, management, and senior management and senior management participation in manifest decision-making, support from other offices associated with processing payroll or doing the nuts and bolts of keeping this agency running that impacts all the programs, including eManifest, but isn't a easily extractable direct charge to the system. And we estimate that the indirect cost, which is applied to O&M and marginal labor, not system setup costs, would essentially be $11 million, almost $12 million. So this is a roughly 33% charge for indirect support of the system. Okay, now we're getting to the end, into the fun part. All right, so manifest usage projections. So this is the first part. So this is the big area. So this is, sort of going back to 2018, we had a different idea what the universe of manifests were going to be like. The idea was we were going to be getting 3 to 5 million manifests per year. However, it turns out we were getting more like, 1.7 million manifests. So much less manifests were out there than we initially thought. So the initial cost for the system which led us into a situation where we had to use the revenue recovery adjuster, was based on the idea that we essentially split our program costs over too many manifests, and a lot of those manifests did not exist. And learning that lesson, those things happen when you launch a national system. You learn a few things along the way. One of the few things we learned about eManifest in the national system is that there is we're getting some very good ideas and some very good numbers about the manifest coming in. So for the upcoming 2-year cycle, we are estimating that we would be getting a total of 3.8 million manifests. And we are basing this on FY19 and FY20 submission statistics. So we had a full F year. We based these numbers on 2 full fiscal years, fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. We didn't use any of the 21 data. So we used these projections and we arrived at 3.8 million manifests, and we did not have any mail, since mail will not be an option. And our assumptions are those manifests would be submitted through image uploads and data plus image uploads, and data plus image would increase. So a lot of those mails would go to, those mailed papers would go to image uploads of paper, and some of those image uploads of paper would go up to data image uploads, and electronic would move slightly up, but we wouldn't be seeing any drastic shifts during this fee period. However, I do want to note that for this current fee submission period, I believe I mentioned this earlier, but it bears repeating, that we estimated a total of 3.52 million manifests. So we are on pace to go to 3.52 million manifests this cycle. So it is something to consider that our estimates perhaps have a larger universe than could be. There could be 3.5 million manifests out there, not 3.8. So it is a risk, either side. So we do want to listen to how the board would recommend the manifest projections and how we could address any sort of the risk of either over collecting or under collecting when it comes to splitting up program costs across the manifest universe. And we see this is a breakdown of how we arrived at that at our estimates for the free period. So this was 19, we got 2 million, we got 1.8 million in 20, and our average months were so our average months during that period were about 160,000 manifests. Okay. Any questions so far on these? Moving along. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, and also to develop a more accurate projection of future e-manifest utilization, and since we do have long provisions for state-only hazardous wastes, in that if a state considers a waste hazardous but shifts it to a state where that waste is not considered hazardous, that receiving state still must upload that manifest to the e-manifest system. That we were looking at the universe of federal hazardous waste manifests and also state-only hazardous waste manifests. Through our implementation and work with the EPA regions and states, we have received word from our state partners that they did not foresee any regulatory changes that would significantly impact manifest uses. Sort of long story short, that means nothing is being listed as a waste no one foresees anything being listed as a state-regulated hazardous waste in the next 2 years, and no one sees anything being delisted as a state hazardous waste in the next 2 years. Okay, so let's go along to our cost summary, which seemed like a long time ago we talked about this, but we have our system O&M costs, we have our system development costs, we have our Cromer costs, we have our help desk costs, and our EPA program costs, and our O&M costs. So our total sort of program O&M costs are $17.6 million. And we have our pay percent or marginal labor costs, which brings the program cost to roughly $32.2 million. And the indirect cost is added along with the system setup cost. It brings the total program cost to roughly $25 million a year, or $50 million total. And this is a percentage of the cost area, so you can see where the majority is coming. So we have our O&M costs and our pay percent or marginal labor costs are tied. We're at 35%, and then we have our indirect cost at 23%. And our system setup cost at 7%. It's another way of looking at what a $1, this is where it gets split up. Okay, so using the user fee model and the manifest submission estimates, we placed those into the formula and we had the following results. So there was no paper, so that's why you don't see it. And image upload was $20.43. Data plus image was $12.11, and electronic was $8.44. And our projected revenue would give us an annual plus minus of roughly $41,000. And the EPA proposed user fees, which are very similar to the user fee formula outputs, but however they've been adjusted for two primary reasons. One is to maintain whole dollar amounts for the purposes of invoicing and sort of ease of conception. And we also this alteration of the manifest numbers would provide for greater annual surplus, which does not exceed the $2 million a year threshold, but would give us the flexibility or to maintain contingency if there is a shift to getting more electronic manifests than anticipated. And in our comparison to previous fee cycles, there is a overall costs have gone down. Program costs have gone down, and there is one less fee type, the mailed paper, to spread those costs over, and the manifests have gone down in price. So the image upload and electronic remain the same, and data plus image would be $13. The end. Thank you. So I will pause for questions, and I do want to mention two things that were addressed earlier. Well, three things. So number one, Fred, we're preparing to submit you information regarding RCRA info, webs usage over the past over the recent weeks, as well as the questions about TSDFs and their generators, whether they're registered or not, as well as unique users who have been registered to sites by month.
All right, so let me ask if any of the board members have any questions about the presentation. Tavik?
Tevfik Kosar. Steve, thank you again for the very insightful, informative presentation. I have a question regarding the selection of final fees for different types of the manifests. I think one of the goals in determining the new fee schedule should be incentivize and increase the adaptation of the complete electronic manifests. And when we look at the existing fees and the new fees, it seems the fee schedules for the electronic manifests as well as the image-only manifests, they don't change, but there's a slight decrease in the fees for the image plus data fees. So, I mean, from the incentivization point of view, from the encouragement of transition from one type of the manifest to another type of manifest. So this new schedule seems to be further incentivizing the use of image plus data manifest types, and which may be fine from one point of view, but from another point of view, there is already 80% adaptation of the image plus data manifest utilization, and it doesn't really need any further incentives. Would it make more sense, maybe while keeping the image and image plus data fees at the same levels, but actually trying to decrease the electronic manifest fees even further to incentivize it? Thank you.
Yes, that is actually a question that will need to be posed to the advisory board officially in the upcoming fee cycle. There is something called the sort of the fee pivot, where we would there's a couple formulas that have been codified. The fee pivot formula essentially shifts majority of the program costs onto the paper type manifests and lowers the price of the electronic manifest. We would need, prior to using that, I believe we say in the regulations, we would need to bring this up to the advisory board. And this is something that, while we did have that option going up to this next fee period, we did feel that with the program in a transitional state from electronic, with the new electronic signatures and the upcoming rulemaking, that it was best to maintain consistency with what has happened in the past and build on with what is working. We do have the option of the more aggressive fee pivot. However, the consideration to move sort of the financial burden on getting to electronic is available to us. However, we would need to officially bring this to you in an advisory board meeting, which we could or could not be doing in 2 years' time, this time in May. However, sort of given that all the balls up in the air with this being a transitional time in the program, we, in deciding these fees, we're looking at maintaining the status quo when it comes to how fees are with respects to working on implementation of the electronic workflow in these workshops and in working in concert with industry.
Okay, I have a follow-up question if I can. Assuming the fees for the image only and image plus data manifests are kept the same, so they are not increased, they are not decreased, they are kept the same. Would it be possible to calculate how lower we can go with the electronic manifest fees? So what would be the lowest feasible electronic manifest fees we can basically charge in order to have this almost the same revenue numbers?
I believe the lowest it can go, and this is according to the fee formula worksheet, would be if we assign no marginal costs associated with the electronic manifest. The lowest we could go would be around $7.11. I think that would be given the payback and the overhead and the O&M costs, the lowest we could go would be $7.11.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
But yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to pop on and kind of round out that discussion about the pivot formula that we do have in our regulations. In the 2018 user fee rule, we stated that if we hadn't reached 75% electronic manifests in 4 years of system implementation, so that would be June 30th, 2022, we could pivot to a more aggressive fee formula that would provide greater incentives for moving to electronic. So clearly at less than 0.5% of electronic manifests now, we're a long way from 75%. In the preamble, we did talk about as we approach that 4 years implementation, so again, June 30th, 2022, that we could produce a statement and or go to the advisory board on whether to pivot to that more aggressive fee formula.
Okay, I think Josh had his hand raised next.
Thank you, Carolyn. Without getting too far maybe down into detail, Steve, one of the trends that we've seen in our state as far as change in waste regulation that would lead to potential changes in manifested waste volumes or number of shipments is the federal and then state adoption of universal waste aerosol cans. For some facilities, this was the only waste that they were manifesting off-site, and with it then becoming a universal waste, they no longer have to manifest it. However, that went in place federally in 2019. Is that a specific waste stream that the eManifest team has looked at trending in your 2020 data to be able to comfortably say, yep, we know where it's going forward? Or is that something that wasn't specifically looked at? Thank you.
Steve, were you gonna address that?
Yeah, sorry. I was looking to find my mute button. That is a good question. So the question is sort of with the way universal waste is trending, have we adjusted any sort of projections based on universal wastes being listed as or being delisted as a manifestable waste in certain states? Let me make sure I understand your question.
Correct. Federally, it was delisted, so to speak, in 2019. Some states which had adopted by reference, that means it went into effect in those states instantly and immediately. Minnesota happened to be one of those states. Other states had to do rulemaking to pick it up, and that rulemaking, depending on the state, can take anywhere. Mr. Bear can speak. He's in a lightning state, but it can still take several months once the state begins the rulemaking process, which of course couldn't begin until the EPA completed it. In other states, it can take years. So that is a trend, and I'm wondering, I was just wondering whether EPA had looked at that particular waste stream, because as I said, in Minnesota, at least for a number of very small quantity generators, that was either the only or one of the only manifested waste that they had. And so the number of shipments from those small facilities, while very small in shipment volume, the number of shipments and therefore the number of manifests created by those shipments might be disproportionately affected.
Yeah, so we did not look at that specifically when developing our projections. This was a more overall national look at federal hazardous waste manifests, state hazardous waste manifests, and trends over the past months. Or getting into the waistline details was simply a matter of looking at sort of working with our state regulators and saying anything on the horizon that will tip the manifest coming in and out from your perspective up or down. And our answer was no. But we will take a look at that. These aren't final.
All right, I think Cindy had her hand up next.
Yeah, thank you. Is EPA aware that although you charge $14 for the image and data upload, that generators are charged about twice that, typically $20 to $30, and also that the TSDFs generally don't give the full e-manifest option to the generator?
Good question. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. We have heard anecdotally. RCRA is a whether a regulator or industry. This is an industry full of gossip. So yeah, we do hear things. However, EPA is not. We can't comment on the billing arrangements between that and industry. However, we do encourage.
I think it's important for EPA to be aware. So my question was, are you aware? And it sounds like
yes,
you
we are aware.
And I'm not really asking your opinion on it, but the reason it's important that you're aware is when we go back to the conversation about incentivizing the use of e-manifest, the resources need to be directed towards resolving that. The fact that TSDFs are not giving generators that option is the impediment, and the cost, not so much because it's not an option. I mean, if it's not an option, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. It's not relevant what the cost is if it's not an option, right? So I think it's important for EPA to have the knowledge, not necessarily to express an opinion, but to realize.
We do understand that. That is one of the reasons why we are doing a large outreach to our generator community through our implementation lead and through our different parts of the program, is because a lot of times, not knowing that there even is such a thing as an e-manifest system is sometimes it's news to a lot of generators, and getting them registered is a small but important step to realizing the electronic workflow.
Cindy, anything else?
No, thanks.
Great. Jill.
Quick question. Do you think, or do you think that there was any impact from COVID on the numbers of manifested shipments in 2020? Any trending either up or down, or it seemed relatively same number of shipments as previous years, 2019? I know you said you looked at 2019 and 2020.
I did actually. We actually did track that here at headquarters, and there was no major decrease or increase in manifest traffic. Of course, the sort of understanding we could be feeling the sort of the effects of this months down the line with sort of a sudden slowdown. However, there was no real delay in the shipments and the signatures and uploads of the manifest. However, what we did notice, and this is more just sort of curious trivia rather than anything, was the majority of our bills are paid in the last half of the month. So starting from like week 2 to week 4. However, we did notice that because of, I'm assuming, people working different hours or being limited time in the office, invoices were being paid earlier in the month rather than usual. That was the only real change other than that. And thank you for pointing that out. And also,
sure.
We did put out some COVID manifest guidance, and we do appreciate all the input that we got on that from everybody.
Good deal. And secondly, just going back to the data plus image upload manifest, when you were talking about the QA or QA/QC that's done on those, and one of the comments or bullets, I believe, was previously the QA had concentrated more on just the image only. If I understand that right. So I guess my question is, was there any QA done on the data plus image manifests? And if so, was it only on the EPA ID number and the top information of a manifest, as opposed to the full information in terms of line items and volumes and items like that?
Yes, the limited data QA we've done on the data plus image manifest had been focused on the manifest tracking number and the billing facility ID. However, we do want to note that earlier we discussed that BR integration. If we do serious about BR integration, then quality data, especially when it comes from the generator and then down to the waistline, is an important consideration to have when it comes to doing any QA work on additional types of manifests.
Thank you. I don't think I said my name, Jill Meshach.
Yeah. And that's fine. You don't have to say it as much now that we can see Jill Meshach. We have a throwback to the old meetings.
All right, I think Tom has his hand up. Tom Baker.
Yeah, hi. So Tom Baker, just kind of following on Jill's thoughts with the image plus data manifests and the QA that's done on those. So just trying to understand, I guess, if EPA ever foresees a point, you said, Scott or Stephen, you said that at some point you could see them foresee going through the data in the manifest line items and comparing what's on the image and looking at the data that's been submitted. And I guess that raises a question in my mind. I'm curious what EPA's current policy is. It was my understanding that the image that's uploaded was there for the purposes solely to show signature of the transaction that took place on the paper, generator, transporter signatures, and that the data itself that's been uploaded is the data of record for waste information that's being looked at by the agencies and EPA. And I asked the question that way because I think there's a concern in industry that some, if we're going to maintain data, they're maintaining the electronic data, not always the paper, once the shipment comes into the TSDF. So I'm just curious what EPA's policy is today and if that's going to change in the future.
No, EPA's policy is Yes, yeah, we do believe that the uploaded data is, the manifest, the paper manifest, and the scanned image of, scanned image of the manifest and the paper manifest need to match in a few key areas. But we also understand that, the data that gets uploaded is going to be a different, and the perspective is a sort of a more complete and accurate representation of what was on the manifest. So there'll be more descriptive waste information. There's the ability to upload more waste codes than the 6 that are allowed on the paper form. There is a lot of good information that comes with the data that can't fit on the manifest form. This is the number one concern is for EPA headquarters is that the manifest IDs aren't matching. That's where we step in. Then sort of a sub issue is that there are generator IDs that should be listed on the manifest that are on the scanned manifest, and there's an address uploaded, but there's not a complete version of those, basically box 5, that generator information. Then there's also the sub issue where transporter signatures and the signature dates are either missing or out of order, and those need to be queued. So we're sort of moving down the ladder of priority. So priority 1 for the EPA headquarters when it comes to QA of the data plus image manifest is the manifest tracking number. And sort of sub priority 2 is making sure that if it's a valid generator ID, that generator can find it, as well as a state, as well as a receiving facility, as well as a transporter or broker can find that ID in RCRA info. So there's sort of an audit trail. So if someone asks, hey, where's my manifest? They can just put in their EPA ID and find it. This is sort of a list of priorities for how EPA headquarters is foreseeing this QA going on to work. There's been no decisions. We've had people identify this as an issue that's something there needs to be a system fix for. And this is our contention for, okay, there is a system fix to this problem. We certainly don't want to overload the edit checks and everything for a manifest getting uploaded. However, we do have an obligation to our stakeholders, industry, states, and public alike, to make sure that there is a reasonable accounting of a manifest for quality. We don't want states drawing bad conclusions from faulty data. We don't want industry drawing faulty conclusions from bad data. We want this data to be as best as possible. But generally speaking, digital copy is the copy of record for the manifest. There are mismatches, but generally speaking, that's what regulators go off of. That's what you're uploading. However, there are more than a handful of incidences of once you get below the waistline, once you get below the transport information in the waistline, there are some severe mismatches that people have noted.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
But we're e-manifest. We like the e-manifest.
All right, Cindy, your hand is still up, but I don't know if that's just a leftover hand raise from before.
Just a leftover. I'll take care of it.
All right, and are there any other board members with any final questions? Not seeing any. I will turn it over to Fred.
Yes, thank you. Give me 1 second. Okay, thank you, Carolyn, and thanks so much, everyone. So before we close out for today, I want to go over a couple of housekeeping points. Number one, as a reminder, because of an unanticipated conflict that we had to start tomorrow morning at 10:30 instead of 10 o'clock. So please note that 10:30 start time a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning instead of 10 o'clock. Also, I know that the board kind of sent the agency home with a little bit of homework questions to answer. So to give the agency enough time to address those questions and to be able to present answers to the board. So why don't we start tomorrow morning off with that opportunity? I'll have a little bit of time in the agenda for the agency to come back to the board and answer those last couple of questions the board has. So Steve, are you okay with that? You'll be ready tomorrow morning, and then we can have the information read into the record that way.
Always happy to read things into the record. Yes, we read.
Okay, great. And also, a note to those who are signed up to do oral public comments tomorrow. First of all, thank you so much for signing up for oral public comment tomorrow. I will be sending you instructions this evening on how you are to send your public comments. So please be patient. You will get a note from me this evening. One of the things, as a heads up, I'm going to ask you to do is log in a little early. I'll give you the link to log in with. So we want to make sure that you'll be able to have your audio and your video working, etc. So I'll give you that information. But basically, I'm going to ask you to log in around 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, along with the rest of the E-Manifest Advisory Board members who can log in at 10 o'clock, and EPA presenters. Make sure we do one last sound check, etc. And before we go live at 10:30 a.m. start time. Any questions from me before we officially adjourn for the day? Okay, so there are no questions. I guess I was an echo. So if there are no questions for me, thank you all so much for an extremely productive day one, and hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening and get rested for productive day two, starting with the public comment, starting with just before the public comment period. Any other questions, feel free to email me if you have any other questions. And this meeting is officially adjourned for the day. Thanks so much. And we are signing out.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Take care.